day 3 of the freestyle chess event in Paris. So basically we're going to be starting the knockout events. Today Fabi is playing against MVL. But before we dive into the action, I'm just going to let you with the gimbal cameras. I think this footage with the players arriving at the venue is quite nice. So let's enjoy the players' arrival.
Just turn around, please. Thank you very much.
Letzter Spieler jetzt bei mir.
Sorry, the end of the queue.
Letzter Spieler.
Got the arm on you? Yeah, I've got the arm. Just turn around, please.
Gleich rein.
Okay, thank you very
One
much.
question. So I saw in Fabiano, you said never to use non-linear junctions on like eyes or ears or anything?
Yeah.
So it's not good health-wise, or?
No, not really, no.
Okay. Just asking, because in some turns we have to do that, and we probably do it like 100 times a year, so.
Well, yeah. Maybe
It's not
just,
good.
we'll talk more about that.
Okay, sure, okay.
Ein Spieler ist gerade an mir vorbeigelaufen, wieder rausgegangen.
Einer.
Ich glaube, einer rausgegangen, ja. Ja.
But there was one cover. There was one cover. Yeah, maybe it would have made sense to have another
Are
team.
people normally set up like this or not?
Yeah, they always have a setup.
Okay. For a second, I just like, what's going on? Like a split second.
Actually, then what would have made sense is someone picks me without a team, other than troops, and then we get it to troops in case one. So
Yeah.
this was an option. Okay.
But we do like the position control. Like it's the same system.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Players, please take your seats. We're about to begin. Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm delighted to be your host for the day. So today it is time. We are going to play freestyle chess in a classical time format, day one of the quarterfinals. For the players, we would like to remind you that the confession booth is right there behind you. If you would like to use it, we encourage you to do so. And before we get to the draw, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
What a game day at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris. On the second day, the best chess players in the world are once again faced with a huge challenge. Only 8 players advance to the knockout round, while 4 of them must leave the tournament. Journey ends here for newlywed Vidit Santos Gujarati, Hungary's youngest ever Grandmaster Richard Rapport, and Indian prodigies Pragnananda and reigning world champion Gukesh. After winning the Weissenhaus Grand Slam, Vincent Keimer had a difficult start in the rapid round. However, by the win of his last 3 games, he secured a spot in the quarterfinals and emerged as the player of the day.
The second game today, my chances were not looking that great. Even with a loss, I think I would have been guaranteed a playoff, so that's quite comfortable. I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again. I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Magnus Carlsen led the round-robin stage for most of the day, but with a final round win, Jan Nepomniachtchi caught up to share first place with him.
Today was a great day, but it's important to keep the momentum, because the main tournament starts tomorrow.
The first 2 days delivered unexpected upsets, bold strategies, and thrilling time scrambles that had the crowd on edge. The unique freestyle format pushed players out of their comfort zones, blending preparation with creativity. Paris proved to be the perfect backdrop for this high-stakes drama, where even the best couldn't afford a single slip. With the knockout stage ahead, the tension and the brilliance could only grow. Stay tuned.
So the knockout stages start today. Opponents were picked at dinner yesterday, and we're about to find out which position we will be playing. In order to help me make the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage Hugo. It's his birthday in 5 days today. Being here today is his birthday gift. Give him a warm round of
F5 or D5?
Maybe they try to do
F4, F5, G4. G6. I mean, also F4 you can play F6 is also an option. E4, E5. I start with D5, knight D6.
45, and then knight d3, and knight g6.
Yes.
I always like something like d6 wouldn't be as bad.
And knight g6 looks more.
Yeah.
More developed.
But it might be too much space. No, but F5 you get D5 and knight D6. Knight D6.
Like 6, knight of 7 maybe.
Or knight
Or knight d6, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I like.
that looks
I mean,
very
like
Pieces are well placed for this.
Out for a game, I don't think I
Also,
should.
d4 I think is good for like the d4 c5.
Yeah.
Get space.
Yeah, here.
E5.
Not exactly.
Like e5, let's say f4, f6, yeah, and we have pretty
Yeah,
much
but I mean,
everything.
you never know in this one because you can never cancel.
G6 always good
Never
in these
really-
positions. I can like, I mean always.
Ah, you
like,
want to go
literally.
G6 here?
No, G6 and G9, G6 is like always like evolution is about equality. I mean, no, I mean that's no, but like that's
actually
like
looks reasonable.
that's not me. That's not me. That's like
No,
Stockfish
this looks
wisdom.
reasonable,
D4 like
yeah.
E5, like whatever, and bishop to G6 and so on.
But d4 e5 I don't like.
You take knight f5, knight goes to C4, bishop G6, bishop F6, and you're already winning like knight B6. no, no, seriously.
No, actually, it doesn't look bad.
It doesn't look bad, but winning is a.
No, like, and, I mean, it's
No, d4
it's
looks
interesting
good
how
because
that can be
bishops
like.
come,
Yeah, okay.
bishops come to
Yeah.
a good place.
It's interesting, yeah, this gambit.
Yeah, it's
What about
interesting.
f5 e5?
I thought
Maybe
E5,
F4?
G5.
No, I think F4 is
G5 or
maybe
F4.
F4 like restricting the knight on H1.
Yeah, no, this is
Quite
good.
nice.
Okay, so e4 f5.
Are you sure about the gambit? I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not.
A lot of the stake, yeah. Like.
But
How does I play this? Pieces move so nice.
I mean, the worst piece you get is back on top. About 96, let's say. Yeah, because okay, this pawn, like, I mean, it's going to for smaller side.
Yeah, it's all stars.
Like, what's my play? Knight g3.
Okay, whatever, like,
Knight
right,
e4.
like, it's like,
d4 e5.
like, quite a,
Okay, watch this, right? Yeah, watch this.
pretty okay. Knight B6, maybe. Yeah, also.
Yeah, it's just probably 94, yeah. Very.
No, I mean, this is like quick.
Yeah, this is very.
Quick gets out of control. Like, can I go H5 here? H5 takes a 5. Ah, no, maybe then E3.
Or knight g3.
Yeah, knight G3 is good.
But what's wrong with g4?
Also maybe E4, but F4.
Yeah, e5 f4, maybe
Yeah, F4 takes an F. No, knight.
h5.
Looks fine. to me.
F5.
But then I was wondering what we're going to do.
After H4,
After f5,
After F5, F5,
what the h5
it looks fine. Harmonious. I think F4 is quite like
F4.
Okay, so now we're
F6 maybe.
Is D5 not playable?
There's also all these things.
Then rook a3, bishop f2,
Yeah, there are some squares for sure.
or rook f3, rook b3 also.
Yeah, but we're also maybe a bit far, yeah?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, we're
getting-
also
Yeah.
trying to wait. But it's like, it's not immediately clear to sort of gauge any.
Well, okay, d4 feels
Okay,
normal.
e4 I guess it also.
For e5.
Also, it's different option. Take knight b3. Or knight b3, right? Maybe use and f1. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to take.
G4, G6 probably is good for black. I'm not sure. But it becomes very much like some kind of kettle.
F3 knight. Oh, we should just remake it. Yeah, I'm not sure how to. I think we're not so happy. Like, why couldn't it this? Yeah, because they're also strong moves that we should remake. Both of the same problem. D4.
Oh, D4, then some G5, bishop, G6.
Yeah.
I would think that's. I think we need to play. Yeah, I think we need to play with F.
I created it.
Gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes.
Maybe white is a little bit better. D4, knight D3.
Yeah.
Like if we go with D4, D5 and direct, like F3, knight D6, knight D3, and then we try to push E4 quickly.
But I thought we said D4, D5, G4. It's interesting. But
I mean, maybe we
but
maybe we
anyway,
don't
yeah.
want G4, G5.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
Just
rare.
not sure. Like, want or needed.
Yeah.
We are ready for the start of the quarterfinals. You may start the clocks. Good luck.
Right, everybody, we can see Fabi focusing with the black pieces against MVL. And I have a feeling I will have to do some settings. Boom. Yes, I will have to change the cameras because the producer has lied to me. Christian mentioned that Fabi will always play at the same desk. It doesn't look like Fabi is playing on the same desk, so give me a second, bear with me for a moment because I will have to adjust this on the fly. And then I will also have to mute the source so that you don't get strange audio. So, okay, I will hide Kami. I will hide this one as well. And I will have to go to this layout. Is it this layout or? Okay, so I'll have to take these cameras and I will have to move them. So just give me a second. Let me cook for a bit. Should I have Maxim? Yeah, I think Maxim is in the right position. Okay, almost done with Maxim. I am cropping this square with surgical precision. Bear with me. Okay, e4. e4 by Maxim. Now, just need to bring on Fabi, and also let me mute Maxim. Filter. I need to add a negative gain to mute this, which is truly something. Okay, muted Maxim. Now we will bring Fabi. Oh, come on, let me work with this. That's perfecto. Right there. It doesn't get any better than this. Okay, thank you for your patience, guys. Now, there is one question though. I think we can go with the sound from the Fabi source. Should we keep that? And by the way, I see you guys in the chat. Nice to have you here. I think we're just gonna be sticking with this layout for the most part. Before we dive into the game, let me just give you a little bit of context to what has happened in the previous rounds and what are the pairings for the day. As you can see on the screen now in the quarterfinals, we have switched to classical time format. So 90 minutes each player with 30 seconds increment. So if we go back a little, I'm just gonna switch to the screen. These are gonna be the matches. Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Fabiano MVL, Hikaru against Arjun Erigaisi, and Nepomniachtchi, it's playing against Khaimer. So yeah, of course, we will be having a look closely to each game simply because it is going to be slower pace. But let's go back to Fabi and let me try to give you some thoughts on this initial position. So yeah, it is worth mentioning, as you have seen if you are watching the stream since the beginning, they didn't have time to analyze what is going on. They just briefly saw it 10 minutes before the round. So players don't have any prior knowledge, and Maxim, he played the first move very quickly, I gotta say. Still, if we go back to let's say an overview, not everybody has convinced himself that e4 is the best. So yes, I know it may feel somewhat unnatural to not spend a whole lot of time on the first move, but because this is a completely new position, it would be a very justified thing to do. Let's say I was watching an Anish Giri stream a while ago, and he made a pretty good point, because even he was referring directly to normal chess, and I've noticed also myself that beginners have a pattern of just playing the opening phase quickly, because it's the opening. How difficult can it be? Let me get the game and then I will think. But Anishgiri point was that, okay, it's an opening, but if you don't know what you're doing, it is just a complicated middle game. So I also like his take that openings are the most complex positions and middle games in chess, simply because they have the biggest amount of pieces available. So the more options you have, the more complicated it gets, pretty much. So MVL plays e4, and now Fabi is thinking. Okay. Also, just give me a second. Apparently, Christian will join the mainstream. In about 10 minutes. So we're gonna try to get the camera of him at that moment. I have to see if it's gonna be on the official broadcast or not. Let me actually just quickly refresh. Do we have official broadcast anywhere? I need to see a way to access that. News, dashboard. Might have to click show. Yeah, okay, we'll just keep it there. So I think here we will see Christian in about 10 minutes. Oh wow, e4 f5 was already played by Naka. Is he gonna play the gambit they were analyzing? That made me curious. Okay, so back to Fabi game. By the way, interesting context here. We have Vincent Keimer starting the game with d4. As well, Magnus Carlsen started the game with d4. So only Maxim opened up the game with e4. But also Arjun Erigaisi. So Hikaru played f5. Will Fabi do the same? That is the question. Let me think about it, and I'm also gonna try to give you my take on the position. Okay, so when I see this position for the first time, obviously central bishops draw the eye. We have rook that is in the corner. And yeah, rook keeps standard position, so I would say rook is a good piece. Knight is a pretty bad piece. Queen is queen is fine. Queen is a little bit awkward, but actually I'm just gonna put it as awkward. Rook on f8. Let me give it yellow as a color, and this knight probably yellow. Bishops are like this, let's say. I'm just trying to get an idea of what is awkward about our position, and then look for ways to potentially fix the pieces. Okay, so for the knights, this knight could pretty much go to g6. Not entirely clear that's a good move, because could be target to f4, f5. This knight has a square on b6. It can also maneuver itself to a normal square after knight e7, knight c6. Again, trying to play this like it's normal chess. Probably not the best approach, but pretty much the first instinct that comes to mind. Okay, let me just quickly check. We might have a code with the community stream. Just bear with me for a moment, guys. I gotta open up Adobe. That's always a danger for my computer. Adobe takes a lot of power, but let me see what is up here. Okay, I see community stream. All right, so I've got the codes for the community stream. Now, the tricky part is that I gotta also make a scene and then add it in real time to the stream deck. I'll do that. Don't you worry. Just, you will have to take a black screen for like 5 seconds. So let's make... Okay, so this... I gotta add the media source and... Boom, 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 boom. This should be it. Let's see it. Might take like a few seconds to load, but it's also possible this camera may not be working. Let me try it with the other one. We have one more code. Please work. Doesn't seem to be the case.
The games go on. I think Arjun versus Hikaru is gonna spice up a bit. That's my feeling.
Read it. Okay, this is community stream.
It's nice to listen a player talking during the game. When I was competing, I never had the opportunity to use a confessional boost myself. I don't know how open I would have been for such an initiative. What about you? Did you have ever the opportunity?
Okay, I have all my hopes in this code, otherwise my position is in danger. Come on. Come on. Why don't you want to work? Oof. Okay, last try. Last try for the community stream. Please work. Yeah, it doesn't want to work, I have a feeling. Okay. Never mind. We are back to Fabi, and guess what? Fabi just made a big move after e4. He indeed played this f5, which the players were discussing beforehand, and it's kind of like a crazy move. I am not sure that I would have played f5 myself. I think it will be connected with rook capture, but I've briefly seen Nepo. It looked like he was arguing for this g6 move, trying to play a gambit and capture with a knight. I kind of doubt we will see a gambit, but I am betting on rook takes on f5. Also important whenever the queen opens up in these positions, you wanna be aware of long moves like that. Doesn't seem to be a problem here though. Okay. All right. Let me just quickly check the gimbal cam. Nobody's in the confession. Nobody's in the chairs, but we can kind of see Gukesh. Empty chairs here as well. But I do have Maxim camera. This is what Maxim is currently seeing. And indeed, wow, Fabi went for this gambit. Wow. He plays the gambit and walks away. What a giga chad. Let's see Maxim's facial expression. Okay, let's switch to Chris.
Move one in freestyle chess, and you don't have time to prepare. You're not, you don't know the first 20 moves of theory. There's no such thing. So the energy expenditure starts from move one, which is completely different.
Now, also talking about making sure he's rested in good spirits, David and I talked about how last night we all had the pleasure of playing some games in the lobby.
That was great.
But my friend, you delivered a decisive defeat to your very pupil here last night. That was the conclusion of the evening, was Fabi taking a loss to you.
Yes, that was a big clash. That was a big clash. Yeah. We had some discussions over breakfast, and everything is ironed out right now.
Okay, good.
Speaking of last evening, Christian, we also saw the video by your podcast, the C-Squared podcast. Love it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Great job on that.
Thank you.
Where you guys took the clip of everyone announcing the players that they're going to be playing against, the colors that they choose. Who was filming that?
That was me.
Oh, wow.
We don't have anybody around here for C-Squared. That's actually why I came here. I'm leaving on Friday, so I'm not staying for the whole tournament. My role here is not necessarily to train Fabi. I'm his friend, and we're running the C-Squared here.
It's amazing. And because you did that, I want to ask you, and you said, there is little preparation that you can do for freestyle chess here. Have you been watching our show?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, wow.
All the time. You guys are doing a tremendous job.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
I have to say, you're setting up the bar, and I really like it.
Fist bumps.
From a fellow commentator like yourself, Christian, that's really, that feels
And
good.
I have
Thank
to say,
you.
James, for the first time, I saw you in freestyle chess for for the Weissenhaus event, and you're doing a tremendous job.
Oh,
I
again,
almost
too
don't
kind.
know exactly how good you are. You know,
Yeah, let's keep it that way, because you'll be sorely disappointed if you learn my
we're
elo.
keeping that a secret.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing onto the coattails of these ones and letting them carry me as far as they possibly can.
The solid 2,800 at
Yeah. No. I mean, that's you yourself, an exceptionally strong chess player. Taking a look at this starting position, it's quite peculiar compared to a number of the other positions we've seen. We constantly talk about bishops that find themselves paired, but more often stuck over in a corner, and how they already have kind of enabled long sight lines, based on a single pawn push. Here they are completely centralized. Just for yourself, taking a look at this position, is there anything that jumps out to you in particular? I mean, obviously, Fabi has already gone for a bit of a fight here with pawns towards the center right of the board.
It's a very strange position, right? Because you don't necessarily know where to castle or if you want to castle as well. Generally, we are being told that whenever you see that rook on a1 and the king on next to it, you usually go a4. You start pushing the pawns on the side and trying to take more space like that. And then castle on the other side, go all the way on the other side. But there's so many pieces to clear up before you can do that, right? So this is the one issue that I'm seeing in the position as of right now. But the bishops, I see what you were saying, James. I'm seeing ideas of maybe pushing that extra pawn in the center, 2 paths forward, and then getting that dark square bishop out. But yeah, it's very complex. And look, I'm having a hard time understanding chess. Freestyle chess is a completely different piece.
I love hearing grandmasters say I'm having a hard time understanding chess. That's incredible. But funny enough that you keyed into immediately the same lines that the engine at some pretty serious depth identified, saying similarly, it's recognizing it wants to get some space in front of that rook. Obviously, we're not looking so far as to when that castling occurs, but yeah, there's a lot of elements just as simple as that. Are those, strategic discussions that you're having, with Fabiano and others around even just a process by which they remember what's possible in freestyle chess? I think sometimes we get into like move 20 of a freestyle chess game, and I wonder if the players even remember that castling is still a thing.
Yes.
Just because the patterns aren't going to match what a normal game looks like.
Well, you're probably going to remember that castle is a thing when it's time to castle, right? But you're not going to always have it in your mind whenever you calculate deeply 5 moves ahead of time, right? And you sometimes forget about those castles in your calculation. And then you wake up in the middle of a tactical melee, and then you're realizing, hey, wait a minute, I also had this castle, or my opponent had this opportunity as well, which I didn't consider. So the patterns are very, very different, and they're very difficult to get a grasp of, a very healthy grasp of. So this is one of the things that is going to come with experience. But look, I mean, the best chess players in regular chess seem to be the best chess players in freestyle chess as well. So there's something to that.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, and Christian, how far do you think Fabi's going to go in this tournament? You've been hanging out with him this week. Do you think he's in a good mood? Do you think he's going to go one step further than he did in Weissenhaus, win the whole thing?
He's definitely in a good mood after barely making it yesterday. That was too close of call. He was feeling good going in the second day because obviously he started first day 0 out of 3. That was really bad. Then we had some walks and everything seemed to be back on track after his first couple of wins. And then in the last game against Nepo, he had a winning position. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to deliver. So he took a hit on that, but still finished day 1 on a positive note. And day 2 started off well with that victory against Prague. That was huge because whoever loses that, I mean, morale is down, you need to catch up, and it's going to be extremely difficult. But losing the last 2, that was painful, and I have to say, he probably bought a drink to Hikaru at dinner,
Yeah.
Yes, definitely a well-deserved one. And, we're not used to seeing Fabi struggle in this format, whether it was Weissenhaus, Chess 9 Alex, in St. Louis as well. He's just a star and, makes it through without any trouble. What do you think happened? What was the big takeaway from the first 2 days that perhaps went wrong for him?
Well, I mean, the only thing that matters is qualifying in the top 8. There's not much of a difference between finishing 5th or finishing 8th. Like, somebody's going to pick you, It's important if you can finish in top 4, but once you qualify, the one thing you can take away from that is leave it all behind, leave any sort of negative energy and negative thoughts behind, and start anew, because it's a completely new tournament, different format, different style of chess. You have more time to think, more time to ease into the competition and into the calculations. So yeah, I think this is one thing that he can take away from.
He's got to leave it behind. And I keep looking at you, looking at this board, and it's set up wrongly. I think we need to fix this.
I know.
We need to fix this. I'm going to get this right because it's...
I realize that.
The bishops in the center. Pass that one as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the knight goes there.
Feeling the need.
Yes, it's triggering
That's the realest.
right
That's
now.
the realest chess moment you'll see all day.
Okay, I'm going to just set this right. But also, you know, we've got these two players here who know each other so well, Fabi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. How do you look at this matchup between these two good friends and longtime rivals as I set this up?
Oh, it's a great matchup. And I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised to see how well Maxime adapted to the format. As the local favorite, he adapted super well. And I think it was his first time. He didn't play in Weissenhaus, right?
No. This is his debut.
This was his first time. This is his debut, and he really showed tremendous freestyle chess in the rapid portion. So I was very impressed with that. And of course, I was extremely impressed with Nodirbek. I mean, Nodirbek, just a superstar. He gets the call
last minute.
One day before media day, one day before he starts, and then he comes in, he brings his coach, Rustam Kasimjanov, and they do a tremendous job. So yeah, I was very impressed with that. But speaking of this matchup, they know each other very well. They're kind of the same generation. They grew up together. They know pretty much everything that there is to know about each other and about their styles. But they've never met in freestyle chess. So, you know, it's a completely blank sheet of paper on this one.
And Christian, you're a busy man. You do a lot for chess, as well as the C-Squared podcast with Fabiano. I mean, now the head of the chess program at University of Missouri, and yeah, I mean, Grandmaster yourself, commentator for the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes.
I've got to ask, what's your favorite out of all these roles?
I have to say it's probably coaching the university. I think, you know, being able to mentor young students is one of the things that I'm always enjoying, and I have been enjoying since the beginning of the program in 2019. So that's definitely the first one. And commentating is always fun. So there's no pressure. You know, you're not playing, it's not your pieces. You can sacrifice, you can talk nonsense as much as possible.
Then we got to have you join us a lot more, Christian.
If you ever want to jump in this seat, you know, I can take a break.
An open invite, my friend.
You guys are doing a tremendous job, but anytime, yes.
You did mention you won't be with us for the entire tournament, leaving on Friday. You know, with that long resume that was just listed out, I mean, where can people look for you next? What's on the horizon for you personally?
So I'm finishing the semester at the university. We don't have any big competitions for the next month or so. And then I'm going to be going to the Grand Chess Tour. I'm going to be doing commentary for Romania. That's going to be the second stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and then I'm going to continue with that until summertime. So those are my plans for the foreseeable future.
All right, so if you enjoyed the chess insights that were delivered over the last 10 minutes or so, as much as we did, make sure you guys are looking out for Christian across all socials and all platforms. Appreciate you being here, my friend.
Cheers, guys.
Best of luck to you and
guys
Fabi.
do a tremendous job. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. We'll let you go enjoy the rest of the day,
Thank
and
you.
hopefully a victory in the Fabiano Caruana camp as a result.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
From here, we hop back to that top-tier matchup of the number one taking on the returning champion from Weissenhaus 2025, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer. It's decently well advanced from where we were the last time we checked in, having now officially...
Okay, that was pretty good. I'm still with you guys. It was a long intervention, but we caught it. I think he did a pretty good job there. So in the meantime, by the way, just remember that we might also have Christian join the stream on Zoom later on, perhaps do a little bit of analysis. But yeah, so far we are seeing this gambit position on the board. And I actually cannot really understand how they came up with it so quickly. Because the position was drawn and instantly the first thing, this is genuinely the first thing that the players were analyzing is e4, f5 takes and then g6. How do you come up with this? First of all, I would have a hard time playing f5, but then even to sacrifice the pawn, which Maxime, after thinking for quite a bit, refuses to take. I don't know. The Eval bar is pretty happy for Fabiano. Oh, and then here we see this a4 move that was suggested in the studio. So a4, as you guys just listened, it's always apparently a pattern when you've got these kings and rooks next to each other. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Are the players actually studying these games? What do you guys think? Because in my opinion, I think just 960 just comes down to pretty much just playing the game a lot. So if let's say we have to compare 2600 Grandmaster, so a guy that's around, let's say, top 100 player in the world, matching against the top guy, I think if you give the weaker GM, let's say 6 months of training, playing 960 non-stop, I think the top players will have a very hard time to catch up because you just learn the game so much better and all the opening patterns. So it looks random, but I think still it can be learned. I think it can definitely be learned. It's not an easy task. For instance, if let's say you wanted to write a good book on Fischer random chess, it's of course easy to write a book on everything or on this game as well. But if you want to really make a nice synthesis, is that a word? Let's say to just make a good summary that's actually useful, it will be very difficult to make it easy to learn and pretty much keep minimal knowledge required. So yeah, we will see. Maybe the guys are practicing quite a bit. I think as a top player, if you know you're about to play in these events, you definitely include this in your daily training routine. Not necessarily as studying the lines, but simply playing the game to get accustomed. So, yeah. Exactly. As someone pointed out in the chat, Nepo was the one to mention this idea, and I don't know. Do you believe what the guys are saying? Because personally, I don't really get this format of the players discussing the position beforehand. Because as a competitor, if we had to talk about the position before game, I would just spill BS all the time. I would just promote bad moves, trying to confuse them. But apparently this line was quite legit. E4, F5. We have it on the board, and we also do have the gambit. Let's take a quick look at the other games, as this one seems to be slowing down after the natural moves have been exhausted. So I'm gonna put you to screen mode. Here I am, and we can see here Vincent against Nepo. Magnus against Nordirbeck and Hikaru against Erigaisi. So let's see. E4, F5 played by Hikaru, takes, G6 the gambit, and then Arjun accepted. So very interesting. We see the crossroads. If you remember, Maxime has played this F4 move. So white goes for the most principled approach, and then the knight capture. Wow. I gotta say, bishop looking pretty tempting as well, but we do see the knight move. G3, E5, F4. And he's not really giving back the pawn because capturing would allow an intermezzo. Then you take on F4. There will be Rook G1. Looks like winning a piece, but there is counter move Rook F8. Who's winning more pieces? I can actually just take the bishop and then I'm protecting my own bishop. Can black get away with taking? I don't see how taking is losing instantly. What do you guys think? This is the first move that comes to mind. Of course, it does look a bit premature to enter these complications while being down a move. But let's put it on the board. So takes, takes, Rook G1, and Rook F8 is a bad move. What's better? Maybe Knight D3 is a move to protect this bishop. Yeah, probably Knight D3 is best to defend, and when you take the knight, I have Rook F8 with some pressure. Rook F8, maybe just Knight D6 and I get to neutralize. So Rook F8 computer doesn't like. Then what is the best move? If not Rook F8, then what should we play? Maybe a Bishop F3 harassing the Rook. I think this is most natural. And then considering to go in. So I'm thinking Bishop F3, Rook H2 with idea Rook F8. And the point is on Knight D6, the Knight and Rook will be on same diagonal. And there is Bishop G3 with a trail. So I think Bishop F3 may be what computer wants. Yeah, and now this position is quite dangerous. I believe Rook H2 is losing. You probably have to go Rook F1 to keep pressure. I believe this would be a blunder. Yeah, as you can see, this just wins a piece. There's no back rank because the knight covers. So taking, of course, has to be addressed when you look at this, but it is a risky move. If you don't take, then what could potentially be the plan? Well, we don't have to find ourselves because Hikaru already played Queen H8, which seems to be getting an inaccuracy by chess.com computer. You can see the bar that the advantage is somewhat increasing. I'm curious, what would have been the best move? Can we find it? I have to say, it's probably something that stops the F5 push. So I'm thinking Knight D6 as a candidate. Can that be true? Knight D6 second move, see? I'm not a total idiot. You're not watching the worst commentator that is currently live. Knight D6, not really terrible, but A5. Okay, how do you come up with A5? A5, A4. And then Rook A6 with idea to win the pawn. This is so funny. Okay, come on. I mean, who finds this? A5, you think it's playing for mate, but it's actually just positional compensation. You bring the rook and then you win the pawn while avoiding problems. So queen h8 by Hikaru, yes, targeting b2, but okay, let me close the engine lines. Problem with queen h8 bishop f6 is that white can always play c3 and neutralize. So if two heavy pieces can easily be restricted by a pawn protected by pawn, normally it means that you will need to maneuver them. So white goes c3 d4 and would be able to blunt this piece quite easily. So Arjun looking pretty good already in this game. I think it's enough about it, and we can switch to the other players. We have a move, bishop f3 in Fabi's game. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep Fabi's game for... we will come back to it after we discuss all the others, because the action is quite slow and both players seem to have a relatively easy game. So we've seen Hikaru. Let's have a look on Magnus and then Vincent. So they started the game with d4 f5, giving Dutch defense vibes. Okay. What would I play myself here? Pawn to e3 looks like a move I would make. Knight to d3 wouldn't be so strange. I'd probably play knight to d3, just looking at the central squares. Might do that myself. Okay, let's see, what did he play? He played f3. f3, I understand, preparing e4 and getting a grab over the center. Wasn't super sure, but I guess it's quite nice because it is also opening up the queen's path to enter the game. So f3, white's preparing e4 as black. You're considering to stop that, which is either by going f4 yourself, giving the en passant opportunity, or d5, which is resembling a bit the Stonewall defense structures. The problem with d5 is, of course, knight to d3 is getting quick control over e5. But we have to pause.
Hello. It's a very new experience for me to play in this classical time control. I must say it's very tempting to spend a lot of time on these opening moves, and at the same time I couldn't help but watch similar games that were unfolding, especially in this line. Everybody chose to sack the pawn with a 5 and g6. At the end, I decided to give back the pawn, playing bishop to f3. Hopefully that's useful in the future. I'm not completely certain. Also looking at Richie's position, where I think he's a safe pawn up, and also Guker's bishop is misplaced on d8 now. Maybe not following Richard's footsteps will come back to bite me, but in general I'm still okay with what I'm doing. Like, I want to create some sort of imbalance in the center, and thinking maybe sometimes I can try to castle kingside, and then launch an attack on the queen side. That's the dream. I'm not sure I can fulfill it, but at least I have time to try to figure it out.
All right, this was a little bit random since we were on the Magnus game. In my defense, I saw Magnus in the confession booth, so I thought we will see Magnus. I will take Maxim. Maxim isn't bad either, but that was a bit of a random interruption. You may or may not have to get used to that while watching the stream. Now, after f3, we see a very strange move by Nodirberg. g5, which is apparently not bad. Not bad at all. As I was about to say, f4 looked quite interesting. How bad was f4? Ooh, very bad. Very, very bad. Probably due to e4 simply. No, this was not the reason. Come on, why is f4 bad? So knight to d3, g5, let's say, g3, knight g6, and then h4, h6, and h5. Okay, so h4 just gets to undermine. G takes, pawn takes. So the problem with pushing f4 is that white gets to pressure immediately. That's why it was not a great move. g5, knight g6, and knight g3, b3, e5. Wow. Notenberg is going for really crazy play, and the computer loves it. I'm telling you, Nodirberg, I have a feeling he does play this style of chess quite a lot in his training routine. To me, this doesn't look like a first timer. I think certainly he has developed some interesting patterns. His approach is quite unique. Okay, let's go back to the Fabi game for a bit, and let me catch up with my producer. All right. So we left the game after a4, a5. Bishop f3 by Maxim. Knight to g6 with a tempo. g3, most natural move ever. Now Fabi to play. How do you approach this possession if you're Fabi? The first thing would be to take care of this bishop. The bishop has annoying pressure against the king. So the most effective structure that you can use to shut down bishops in general is to play a move like c6, creating a pawn that's protected by another pawn. Now this bishop will not be very happy. In order for this bishop to be happy again, you will have to either switch diagonal or to exchange the pawns. Either this move or something like this. Obviously easier said than done, but that would be the idea. c6, of course, it's a move that if you play it, it comes with many drawbacks. potentially taking away a good square for the knight, because knight a7, knight c6 could be a nice method to solve the issue of the knight. Do we have time for that, or can we go crazy chess like Nodirberg? What happens if we just mirror Nodirberg? We have a very interesting question in the chat. Have I seen that Magnus played Jobava Pawnstorm last night on Title Tuesday to win his 11th game? No, thank you for pointing it out. I haven't seen, but yes, I have noticed that Magnus plays a lot of Jobava Londons in Title Tuesday. In fact, I even had in mind to make a video going over the games, but yeah, just got stuck with it. But in the meantime, let's see what Nepo has to say about his game.
You know, I'm a bit concerned if the gambit will, you know, finally work out, because, you know, what Arjun did is quite sensible to me, and also what Rapper did is quite interesting too, and you know, and one more game is from MVL, and maybe MVL also like finds a refutation, so it will be Nepo Gambit 3 times refuted, yeah? Hopefully not.
And how about that? That is a true confessional right there.
Okay, now, sadly, I didn't get to listen to the first part of what he was saying, but yeah, take it as you want. Now, coming back to this position, we do have a move by Fabi, which is d6, preparing to play e5. So Fabi is ready to apply the concept I was referring to, except he does it in a more active and, of course, better form. He wants to play e5 and then blunt the bishop with e4. So setting up the same formation, pawn protected by pawn, that's gonna restrict bishop, while gaining a tempo, while also fighting for the center. So good move by Fabi. Now, on the other hand, Maxime is not the kind of guy who will just let you build up a strong center. He's a chill guy, but not that chill. He's not gonna let you advance e5, e4. I am predicting d4. Risky move strategically, right? It would be putting almost all the pawns on dark squares, making it quite challenging for the e1 bishop to find a good square, but you cannot allow your opponent to get a free roll in the center. It's perhaps the lesser evil in this position. Just go d4 and then the bishop might find shelter on c3. c3, b3, bishop b2. I don't know if any maneuvers that I'm suggesting or ideas can be useful, because I'm trying to think of it like normal chess. And of course, if you give me all the time in the world, I will be able to maneuver the pieces to natural squares and make it look like normal chess. But I think that's the point. You're not supposed to play like normal chess. You're supposed to go for quicker initiative. I will go d4 here. Certainly. I don't know what else really comes to mind as an option. Maybe queen g2? Trying to put pressure? How does Fabi want to reply on queen g2? Queen g2, there is simple move rook a7, although you kind of don't want to play it. I'd imagine you want to keep the right to castle. Queen g2, maybe c6 in that case. If I have to play it, I will go for c6. So let's see. Let's go back to Fabi cam. Also, let me just quickly check if there are 2 codes for the confession booth. Yeah, there is just only 1 confession booth code, but there are 2. All right, so d6. Now, do you go d4 right away, or do you start queen g2, c6, and then d4 with idea to play d5 and knock at this door? I'm predicting queen g2 from Maxim. Let's see. Queen g2 is a Maxim move, very active. Also, I'm curious, do we have any footage from the gimbal? What is the gimbal doing in these moments? Okay, we have an interesting question in the chat. Is rook lifting on the king side viable? So rook a3, rook b3 is possible. However, black is threatening to go e5. So if you go rook a3, e5, rook b3, tempo on b7, I am just in time to play e4. So pretty much blocking the bishop while getting rid of the tempo move. So Maxim about to play. We see him reaching out for a piece. Oh, here we see him. Ah, d3. Wow, I was not expecting that. d3. d3, I think possible. He wants to keep c3 diagonal available for the bishop without restricting it with a pawn. Definitely fine. Predicting e5 from Fabi. He would allow a pawn structure, which is called the hanging pawns, typical for openings like Queen's Gambit declined. But the thing about the hanging pawns is that it's a structure with a lot of dynamic potential. So the problem with hanging pawns in normal chess is that usually your opponent is able to get a smooth setup and play around the pawns, go for a bunch of trades, and then the pawns can get pretty vulnerable in the endgame. However, considering this is chess 960 and both players have their pieces on placed on pretty dodgy squares, I think the strength of this structure, the so-called hanging pawns, is pretty much increasing. This could actually be an interesting topic for a book if you are writing something about Fischer random. Would be interesting topic to see how do static pawn structures work in general compared to normal structures. Because to my understanding, or at least it's just more of like a personal feeling, of course everything comes down to the concrete details of a specific possession, but in general I feel like hanging pawns in normal chess, they end up being a weakness more often than a strength. But my feeling is for 960, due to the weird placement of the pieces, which means you'll have a harder time making it to the endgame like you're supposed to. I think this can be pretty good for black. Now, I'm trying to come up with an analogy for other pawn structures, but I don't know. I guess if, let's say, we take an isolated pawn, it still remains an isolated pawn. You need to think about these things in depth. Okay, it's probably impossible to come up with such patterns on the fly during a stream. You can probably come up with good information like this. It will take you weeks of deep thinking. So I'm gonna stop attempting that, and I'm gonna say e5. We like black. Okay. All right, so Fabi is thinking. Can we check the other players? By the way, would it be completely idiotic to go for a move like c5, just stepping in the center? Oh, we have Vidit in the confession booth. Let's try to get some juice out of that. Ah, see, it's not synchronized for me, so I have to just go screen and then
time over the board and trying to play what they feel like is the best move. I'm just here because my position seems pretty normal. It's just one move, and I thought I'll just join in and tell about my observation. I think it'll be interesting to see how the games go on. I think Arjun versus Hikaru is gonna spice up a bit. That's my feeling. I think my position now is more or less okay. The last move looked a bit weird, knight on h4, but I needed to stop his bishop to come to f3. But in any case, I'm just guessing, and I have absolutely no clue what the position's evaluation is. But the good part is no one here is sure about it anyways. So I'm just trying to play what comes to my mind, and because I've realized that by thinking also, it's not like I'm going to create any miracles. So I'm just trusting my first thought.
Okay, interesting approach by Vidit. Maybe, I don't know. Why is the confessional booth camera so high up? I mean, I don't know. So c5 would be a risky move, would be a pretty bold decision, I agree, but you know these guys, they like to spice things up. C5, it's not like really white wants to take over the center anyway. c5 just makes this bishop happy in the long run. We don't really have a good reply to queen g2. Probably a bad move. I was just thinking, you know, what if we have time to play like knight a7, knight c6, get like a Maroczy bind. Probably not good. probably not what you want to play. We do have e5 by Fabi, and I think Maxim probably goes for the trade. The trade does feel very natural because you would open up direct pressure for the rook against the unprotected pawn. And playing a move like knight e2, it's possible to defend, but I don't see why would you allow black to take and create a somewhat vulnerable pawn. So predicting capture by Maxim. Okay, let's have a look on the other games as well. We've been looking at this Nordirberg against Magnus. This one is fairly interesting. Okay, let's go on the screen view because well, we don't have the cameras of the players here, but you can kind of spot them in the background a little bit. And Nordirberg playing really crazy chess. E5, H5, sacrificing. Wow. Knight capture is simply going to be met by pawn captures on E4. We will see a rook trade, perhaps, and then knight takes on E4. Wins back the pawn while pressuring D5. H5. I have a feeling black is gonna be slightly better in this game. Really great opening for Nordirberg here. The match is looking quite dangerous for Magnus. If you get in trouble with the white pieces, then depending on the next draw, you can potentially just catch a bad first possession. I don't really know how much worse you can start a game of Fischer random, but my estimation would be some possessions are just plus 0.7 for white. Not a lot of them, but some, can be the case. So Magnus goes c4. We have more of like a King's Indian type of pawn structure, and Magnus got the V. He's got the V pawn structure, V from victory. Forget what I said. Magnus is about to win. You can never lose while you have the V pawn structure. That's a fact. Okay. Pretty complicated. Let's go back to the other boards because we've seen them all except Vincent Keimer. We didn't look at this game at all. Let's see how it started. So we've seen d4 by white, d5. So far so good. Knight d3. Come on, play bishop d2, bishop f4, play a London. Vincent says, no thank you. Keep your goofy openings, Alex Banse, and leave me alone. f5. f5 offering an interesting Londonesque move. Bishop g3. That's a good bishop against the stone wall. Because with pawns on d5, f5 against d4, this would at least make it look somewhat similar to the stonewall structure, where it is well known that white gets a good stonewall whenever they manage to have a dark square bishop outside the pawn chain. So normally the bishop is on c1. If it gets locked by a pawn on e3, then stonewall is okay for black. if black goes for the stone wall prematurely and you manage to get bishop outside and then play e3, then white normally has a good version. Vincent starts with h4. Perhaps bishop g3 is not required, and he simply wants to take away g5 opportunities, as that will create an isolated pawn for black in the long run. Pawn to h6, and now b3. Restricting the knight. Good move. The knight is blunted by both of the white pawns. We haven't seen this a4 move. a4, a5 has been suggested in the studio. We already seen it in the Fabiano game. Looks like these guys are staying away from it for a little bit, because after g5, a4 is played on the board. And I want you to pay close attention to how Nepo goes for this push. He does h6, g5. Very important, giving himself the opportunity of recapturing with a pawn, keeping the pawn structure combined, just together, because going for it right away, despite it's just 960, you can still lose easily in positional ways. So you don't want to give yourself an isolated pawn for no reason. h6, b3, a4. a5, natural, e3, and we have Arjun Erigaisi.
I really didn't like how he handled the position after like e4, g4. I was expecting some knight d6. Queen h8 was probably still fine. I went knight e2. I think he had to provoke like d4 with bishop f6, d4 and play something here, but I was already liking my position, and I really didn't like his move d5. F5, knight e5, d3. According to me, I'm like significantly better because my pawn on f5 is strong, and also my queen can go to c5 whenever required, and my bishop can either go to c3 or g3, and knight can come to g3, and there's also knight f4, knight e6 or knight d4, knight e6 ideas. So I'm really liking my position, but of course there's a lot to play, and he still has some compensation for the pawn.
So maybe somewhat sharing a mind.
Okay, we will come back to Hikaru game a bit later, but e3, e6, bishop e2, knight f2. It does look more and more like Jan managed to get a good stonewall. Not sure I'm a huge fan of this knight e5 move from Vincent. Despite the fact that, e5 square looks very juicy. You want to place yourself there eventually. But you generally tend to do so only if you have a clear follow-up. You're not going to win the game alone by having a knight on e5 in the stonewall. It's a good piece. It's a nice asset. But it's not going to win alone. You need to have a pawn break in mind. Now, it needs to be addressed. Knight e5 is played to protect the pawn on h5 tactically. So, knight to e5, it is primarily meant to answer bishop takes on h5, spotting the drawback of that move. Very important pattern that you want to get used to as a beginner. Spot that the bishop no longer protects d7 in case the pawn gets captured. So that would enable knight d7, meaning that these guys are going to get picked up. Now, Vincent has a second point. If you want to go bishop takes on e5 and then take the pawn, when white recaptures, that would be creating a counterattack against the knight. So if the knight is going to f7, trying to attack e5, at least it would be blocking the bishop's attack towards h5 because the knight is in the way. So this means that after knight f7, white is probably in time to play a move that protects e5, either bishop c3, maybe even simply pawn to f4, and then get a nice solid grip in the center. So I have to say, knight e5, very strong move by Vincent. I didn't really like it so much initially, but I see the justification. Now, the only thing that I'm wondering is, how do you follow up as white in case black is doing nothing crazy? Like, what do you do in case of a move like long castle? I believe castling long is viable here. Oh, excuse me, it's not, because that would drop the a5 pawn. Not so easy to do something with black either. If you play queen to g7, increasing pressure on the knight, white can at the very least play the other knight to d3. Okay, let's say we get this knight to d3, but then how do we make progress? Not so easy to understand. Maybe queen g7 can be met by bishop c3 instead. So just protecting e5 and... The only thing that I don't like about Vincent's position is that we don't have a clear pawn break to play for. Maybe you don't need it. It's just how I'm wired. So, okay. We will see. Let's go back to Fabi's game. I have a feeling we do have some moves. So here we have Fabi. We've seen d3, e5, knight b3 by Maxim, targeting the pawn. Pawn to c6 protects by making room for the bishop. So this is a very important move. I know a lot of beginners do simply have a blind spot for these type of moves that protect the pawn indirectly. So for a beginner, if you're considering defensive moves, they will only think about ways to directly protect b6. So, I mean a5. That's why b6. But you cannot really do b6. That would allow a hanging rook. So c6, really critical move. Pawn takes e5 and predicting a pawn capture. Although knight takes on e5 also has some dynamic advantages. Pressuring the f3 bishop. Alright, so in the meantime, let me try to prepare the community stream. If we go to
point and almost feels awkward to have to undevelop.
So I think we're ready to join that one. Also, let's catch up with the gimbal cam. I'm wondering what is the gimbal doing. All right, let's let's keep an eye on the community stream. I know we will have Chris joining shortly, so we don't want to miss it. Let's just...
And these, obviously, for every rule, there can be an exception. And so I do wonder if this is maybe an example of the exception where you are quite intentionally looking to replace that knight on the very same square, as opposed to kind of getting stuck in a I defend you, you defend me kind of a situation.
It really is about who blinks first. I think white in this case really wants to keep that knight right there where it is. And if you trade on Yan's term, if you were to pick up that knight next to the black king, you're only helping Yan, because eventually the dream would be for black to break open the center, pushing that e-pawn one step forward, solving all problems, and suddenly you can see Vincent on the left side of the board could have some trouble. So for Vincent, it's incredibly important to triple down on that defense. You know, in some ways, provoke Yan to capture that knight. You can't let that beast be living there at the center of the board for too long. That's a stallion right there. You know, so I'm looking at moves like bring that bishop onto the defense. If the pawn was to take place of that knight, not only do you come in with an attack, you grab so many key squares from black, create so much of the space advantage. I'd be surprised if Vincent lets go of this square. He's going to get his knight to double down, his bishop to triple down, maybe even the queen will join the party if it needs to.
Yeah, fully agree. I think those are the three candidate moves right now. Of course, two-time candidate winner, Yan Nepomniachtchi, but the candidate moves we say in chess when you have kind of 2-3 moves on your radar. The queen coming across here defending the knight. I think that might be my choice, just because you also end up defending this pawn, which is currently hanging on the edge of the board, but also these two bishop moves, which do the same job. It's all about protecting this knight, and Vincent, he doesn't have too much time to spend comparing, contrasting all of these three moves, but ultimately they all have the same purpose, and that is to keep this statue intact in the center of the board this night.
I know you want to make the queen move because we've well established that you're extremely materialistic. You don't want to let go of any of those two pawns there, but I want to just point out a concept here that even if you were to decide on one of the bishop moves, you know, giving up that pawn, yes, white doesn't have a fork available anymore because the black queen defends that laterally, but that would lead to a destruction on the left side of the board. So sure, black can grab a pawn, but you're going to probably end up losing the entire left side once there's a trade. And look at the weaknesses next to the black king. This would be a dream position for Vincent.
Yeah, I think we saw the Nepo gambit already. This would be the Keimer gambit, and he would be... So, okay, long way to go ahead in this game, of course. But currently, Vincent just needs to speed up. He's down way less than half of his opponent's clock time already.
Now, speaking of the Nepo gambit, we've got another gambit joining us here in the studio. Jules Gambit, another one of our brilliant content creators here in Paris, France. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
I'm so happy to be here. Hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the games today. Is there anything particularly spicy that's been happening? I've been tuning in, but...
Well, maybe the spiciest thing is the fact that Nepo had proffered an idea, a line, to his very group of colored players, for which he ended up foregoing, and 3 of them opted into. He then later went into the confessional booth and admitted, I might have steered them in the wrong direction. I'm hoping that each of them doesn't end up in a refuted position, because I'll bear the responsibility for that.
Oh, wow. Okay, he's going to have a rough dinner tonight, basically, is what we're hearing.
Exactly that. I mean, we'll wait to see how the results fall. We'll wait to see if he is stung by Vincent Keimer, the very winner of our last event. But I'm curious for you what your experience has been like here so far in Paris. I know that you did have the opportunity to co-commentate the rematch, if we will, of Anna Kremling and Alexandra Botez. For yourself, do you feel like you're ready to take over our jobs at any given moment?
Oh, absolutely. That's why they called me here. Actually, they're all fired.
Oh, no. The solo cast. That's bold. That's bold for day one.
For sure. And it's been a great experience here in Paris. I've just been able to get so much content, the behind the scenes here, and of course, just seeing all the players. One thing that actually surprised me last night was, in fact, Nepo picking Keimer. That was not something I had on my docket. I think we were all predicting what would happen, especially me and David. And, you know, I don't think I personally even saw that coming.
What was your expectation? Were you thinking then maybe the Noterbeck would have been the pick from him?
Yeah, that would have been my guess, because Keimer, you know, he's had such a strong performance in his freestyle events. I know that Nepo wasn't there in the last one, but, he definitely was following it. So there must have been something that made him think, okay, maybe I can take him down.
Yeah, I wonder if it's that or just a personal challenge, right? Did he basically say, I want to take down the champion on my way to winning it, and the only way I can guarantee that I face him is to pick him? That would be an interesting dynamic.
Got to beat him somewhere along the way, most likely. So why not now? Why not warm up against the very best?
Exactly. For yourself, and looking at this field, I guess now narrowed down to 8 from the 12 that we originally started at, who would you assume comes in as a heavy favorite? Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is going to be most people's pick, but he didn't necessarily perform to the degree that we expected of him in Weisenhaus, finishing in 3rd position. Was there anyone that you felt maybe was a dark horse entering this Parisian event?
Well, I think, Noterbeck is a very, very strong player, but he was a last-minute one, so he didn't have a lot of time to prepare. And I also know that, he came here the day before, so jet lag could be a thing, and he's just been doing great so far. So that's definitely one to watch. I mean, there aren't a lot of dark horses. These are all very, very strong players. And Magnus, I think especially, would, of course, be my favorite. Just, he might have had a little bit of a, what's the saying, a fire lit under his shoes or something?
Yes, we'll go under the shoes and nowhere else. No, but it's exactly right. It feels like you can never count him out. I think until we maybe see, what would be a pretty significant string of poor performances, that maybe that conversation would really start in terms of who is maybe usurping him for the top spot. But I think we're still quite a ways away from that.
Yeah, we've been treated to amazing drama and fighting chess over the board, and you've been giving us some amazing content, Jules, on your channel, and it's been awesome to watch. Have you had a personal favorite one that's been awesome, that's been fun to shoot?
Yeah. Oh, the one I just posted on my YouTube with Vidit and his wife, we played it where I was like, how do I have chances against Vidit? Which, of course, is impossible. So I'm like, okay, I need something. And we decided that she would do her best to try to distract him. So she was asking him math questions, asking like personal questions, trying to catch him off guard. And
I mean, she just got to show up for that.
Oh, it was so great. So that was a lot of fun to shoot. I enjoyed editing and posting it as well. So I think that was probably my favorite video so far. I mean, have you guys had just a favorite moment in the games today, a favorite moment in just your experience commentating?
I think my favorite moment today has actually been Nepo talking about the Nepo Gambit, it appearing in every single game except his own and the confession that we had from him. I thought that was really fun.
I think that's a perfect pick. If I'm going to expand beyond today, I think it's got to be Magnus giving up his queen in favor of 3 minor pieces and then proving, that move to us. I think which will, I'll always want to call into question the willingness to give away a queen, such a strong piece, but you love to see someone use it to great effect.
Doing it not once, but twice.
Exactly.
Same day.
Why not?
One of them against Noterbeck to beat him yesterday. My favorite moment is actually away from the chessboard. Games night.
Oh,
true.
Where you always know when I'm lying, Jules.
Yes, but I second-guessed myself because you made me second-guess myself. You're like, no, I'm not lying this time. So for you guys who don't know, they've probably explained this before. We play a game where there's good and bad guys. And, David is always the bad guy. And when he's the bad guy, we can always tell that he's the bad guy as well.
Okay, I just want you to remember that you said that because you as well turned to me last night and said, I always think you're bad. And I don't know how I can get away from being painted as the bad guy in every situation.
No, yeah, you really do give off bad guy energy.
I don't know. What?
You said David's always the bad guy, but is he good or is he bad at being the bad guy?
No, he is, well, usually he has some tells, He smiles a little, he does a little
He does
wink.
this. He goes catatonic.
Yes.
He starts disassociating.
I don't know what you mean.
But at breakfast this morning, he actually ended up fooling me a little bit, and I got in my head, and I lost the game for everybody last night. So I had a little bit of an axe to grind. So I went to breakfast, and I just saw him sitting down. So I just stand there staring at him for 3 seconds while he's talking with someone. And, it just broke my heart.
But do you think that happens, on game nights when you play games like Avalon, you start having trust issues with your friends when you see them the next day?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
100%.
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiana Caruana, they both played yesterday, maybe, and now they're facing each other today. Maybe some trust issues there. But Jules, you were in Weisenhaus. You're now in Paris. The next leg is in the US. How excited are you about the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in general?
Oh, it's just an amazing opportunity to be able to, at first, even just like see the games in person has been a dream for me because for people who know me, I'm a huge chess nerd, and like just being able to see these players that I've been hearing about my entire, chess time. I even in college, fun fact, my professor did a segment on Magnus. So, there's just all these connections, and just getting to see it's been a dream for any chess fan. And also just as a content creator, there's not a lot of opportunities where we can all collaborate, get to know each other. And the best thing about this event is like we've all been able to get to become really close friends, and seeing all the players just interact and play games with each other, and all of the creators do the same. It's been a really cool experience. And I'm wondering actually if that's a little distracting for the players after being friends with each other the whole time, playing games with each other, and then having to go on the board and do what they need to do.
I think it's a super interesting question, right? Part of what comes with becoming, or being in an evolving space, one that's becoming even more and more at the forefront of, pop culture, or like you say, digital media. So many people have access now to pro players. Therefore, the demands on them become even greater, not just in the game, but outside the game. We had some questions as well around, Gukesh, you become the world champion. There's a lot of demands that come with that responsibility of bearing that title. You arrive at an event like this, you're playing in show matches. Magnus is playing blindfolded against people. There's simul matches going on. There's a lot that goes into, being at the top level of a sport, and I think everybody deals with it differently.
But then you've got this this image of Magnus in front, and you realize that when they're on the board, when they've got the pieces set up, then it's completely in the zone. They're locked in. And with so much on the line, we've spoken about the prize money, the tour points, the season-long tour. Everyone here, they're not here for sightseeing, no matter how beautiful Paris is. So going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Jules, I met you for the first time in Weissenhaus, and one of the big takeaways for me, one of the coolest
But again, he couldn't feel too bad given the way he started that day. 0 out of 3 and finish only on -1. That's a good result going into day 2.
And what about day 2? It was quite a mix of a performance, and the last game you mentioned already that it was kind of strange and
strange situation.
Very strange situation, unusual situation, because we don't play the classical chess, but we have freestyle. It meant that it's not so easy to make a draw, because already after several moves he had some problems against Vincent.
Yeah, no, he was completely lost out of the first 10 moves, I think.
So after that he didn't have to wait long, seeing he lost the game, but I think already Richard was lost. So his heartbeat was not beating faster for a long time because he understood that he qualifies. How did you prepare for the classical time control?
We played some games, some card games last night. That was the whole preparation. We had a good time. Me and Niklas were on the same team, so we defeated them. He was, he was having a hard time dealing with
upset,
that.
Actually,
but we hashed that beef over breakfast. So that was good. That was good.
Yeah, Fabi really loves to be social in the evenings, play games together. So we usually do that, and I think that really puts his mind at ease, and then can get a fresh start again the next day.
Absolutely. Yes. He enjoys that. A bit less whenever he needs to prepare in the morning, but since he doesn't need to prepare in the morning. And I think this is one of the big changes. We go to breakfast a little bit later than we usually do. There's no preparation, there's no energy expenditure in the morning. It's just get a good breakfast, focus on what you have to do on the result, and take it from there.
Well,
I have one question.
Yes.
Because now we are seeing Maxim thinking there alone, and Fabiano is walking right now. I think I already made this point in Weissenhaus that my impression is that whenever Fabi is walking around, it means that he's very comfortable with his position.
He feels good.
Do you agree with this?
Completely.
Or can you reveal this information?
No, I mean, I never actually asked him. I don't think he has any huge tells, but yes, I do think you could see it from his body language that he feels quite relaxed. He's confident in his position, that's for sure, in this one. But again, he understands that it's so volatile, right? These positions are so volatile. It's difficult to understand how they're going to play out for the next 5 to 10 moves.
Is he also a player who prefers the classical time control in freestyle in comparison to rapid, or he's happy in both?
I think he's happy in both. But at least from me, from let's say a coach's perspective, the way I see it in this one, I think he's doing better in classical. I think he's doing better whenever he has some time to think about things.
Okay, thanks very much for sharing your insights about.
Before I leave, I need to send a challenge out there. First of all, Peter, I'm waiting for you to join the C Squared podcast. We're going to find a schedule that works for everybody. Niklas as well. The invitation is open for everybody, and of course we've had already Judith, and we've had a great discussion, and you're always welcome.
Well, now that you brought it up, I have to ask something. That you started, I think, like 2 years ago, or maybe already more.
Yes.
What does it bring to Fabi, this podcast? Because I listen to it time to time, and I see that it's in a very casual form, and you have many guests, and it's a very high quality, very nice. And I think he's maybe the only player who has a podcast and joining so frequently.
Yes.
But it seems like he feels comfortable. Is he happy that there is a platform to share his views about other players, about the state of the chess world, about everything?
I think so. I think so. I think it's an outlet to kind of, express his opinions, and his opinions are very valuable around the chess world. He's been a perennial contender for the title, so obviously he's enjoying. He knows the chess world very intimately, so. I think there's no better voice outside that could express those feelings. He's very eloquent as well. So, and I think he enjoys it. I think he enjoys especially the guest interviews. Like whenever we get to talk with guys like you, I mean, he really enjoys that, because when do you have those type of opportunities to speak with so many legends.
Well, thanks very much for sharing your views. And now we are going to go for a little break, but don't go too far for too long, because we are going to get back very soon and discover other games as well.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to?
No.
No opening theory.
No ads. Okay, we are back. We're back, everybody. Sorry, I've heard there were some problems with the sound for quite a while. I didn't know. I couldn't listen to the sound from the source. But we're back with some developments, especially in this game between Vincent Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So we had actually quite a long talk about it, going over the importance of the weakness of the e5 square. And we managed to even predict Queen g7 from black. And it's interesting how white ended up defending with bishop c3 first. Actually, pardon me, it was knight c6 to begin with, which we haven't predicted. And then knight d3, queen g7, bishop c3, and then queen to h2. So it is actually a very hilarious method for white to fight for the e5 square with pretty much all of his minor pieces. So thinking about it, how could you potentially bring more fuel to that square? Only if you go bishop b5, take that knight, then you've got like full domination. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but I'm liking Vincent. He's got a weak square. He's got a piece controlling the weak square. I think he's a happy camper, Vincent. We can, I think we can agree on that. So what else? We had developments in the Vincent game. There has been quite some action both in Magnus against Nodir and Fabiano. Apparently is close to winning. Let's just quickly get out of the way the Magnus situation, since I already told you he's got the V pawn structure, V from victory. There is no way you can ever lose it. Seems I was right, as the computer really loves this, well, very normal looking position. Hello there, we have just transposed to King's Indian structure. The only different thing is that black didn't castle. Pardon me, where did the black rook start the game? Can he still castle? By the looks of it, castling is still a possibility. So, yeah, we might as well see king teleporting to g8, and we have a very typical King's Indian type of position where white has a risk-free advantage. Can you bring your knight to the g4 square? That is the only thing that is missing. That would be the last piece of the puzzle. I would need to go knight c3, knight b1, knight d2, knight f1, knight h2, knight g4. If I could play all these moves, I don't really know if it would help. If I gotta be honest with you. Because simultaneously black has this pretty annoying knight d4 move. Maybe things are not as clear as I thought in Magnus's game. So let's go back to Fabi. Let's go to the view with the players, and let's try to understand what is going on. So Fabiano with the black pieces, and we've left things right before I was mentioning how knight takes on e5 is also a possible move. You don't have to necessarily take it back with a pawn, since creating a tempo of winning the bishop pair also brings some value. Also, I'm thinking perhaps f4, if you're really desperate to trade off your weak pawn, can be a possibility. However, that would allow rook g8 infiltration at the end. So entering this line, probably super unnecessary. You're just putting yourself into a rough spot with all these unprotected pieces on the back rank. So for this reason, Fabi goes knight to e7. Now, when black is playing knight e7, I don't think he's really thinking about knight d5, knight b4, even though that would be a pretty juicy square for the knight, because c3 allows knight takes on d3. The problem is the knight from b4 doesn't have a clear target. Or maybe it does. Maybe it's actually threatening knight d3. Huh. Was Fabi actually preparing knight d5? To me, it looks more of like a, let me go knight g6, trade off the isolated pawn type of move. But could also be knight d5 with f4 idea. And knight d5, I'm mentioning it because MVL just played c4, which seems to be directed against stopping that move. But I'm wondering, knight d5, let's say white just plays some normal chess, bishop c3, bishop d4. Now, do you go f4 or knight b4? Knight b4 is maybe more interesting than it looks at first because, yeah, let's say if you are not paying attention, and what would that be? I don't know, say some whatever move. Then you should not forget about this tactic, which is apparently not even a good move. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up how the knight can be vulnerable in these variations. But probably f4 is a more solid approach of handling this position. So knight e7, c4. And for the first time, the computer gives a large advantage for black. I'm trying to understand why is that. It probably has to do something with weakening the pawn on d3, but getting to it doesn't seem particularly easy. The obvious way to do that would be bishop g6 with the idea to sacrifice the pawn with f4. So if after bishop g6, let's say you're playing a careless move, then hello there, we have f4. And I don't think we're planning to recapture, but we want to exploit the pin. So knight takes on c4, boom, 3 isolated pawns, weak king. Perhaps queen is on the radar to g7, knight about to hop into e3. This would be a disaster. Also, let me remind you that there is bishop b6. So c4, my intuition tells me that there should be something with the pawn on d3, which should backfire, but putting the pieces of the puzzle together isn't that simple. Bishop g6, for example, we need to figure out how do we deal with a move like rook f4, trying to stop the pawn from pushing whatsoever. Okay, we would need a move like bishop g5, but the knight is currently blocking it and we don't have many interesting knight moves. Can it simply be knight c8? That is a little bit slow for my taste, but knight c8 perhaps multi-purpose move, because if you go h4, maybe I can use the knight move to activate the bishop this way. I like bishop g6 as an idea, but perhaps we can find something better to begin with? Could it be knight g6 and simply go f4? We could be going for that as well. Knight g6 the computer doesn't like. The only danger that I'm seeing with this move is white taking the time to set up a d4 push. But that needs some protection for c4. Because then the knight could capture. Yeah, I don't understand anything about this. How should black play? Are we overlooking any rook lifts? Rook a6, rook b6 would be allowing knight takes on a5, but the knight is almost trapped and the rook is placed in a good position. Kinda doubt rook a6 to b6 is the way to go. Something just feels weak about white's position. But how do you take over confidently? Okay, I think we might have to check it with the computer. I cannot find it myself. Let's see what the computer suggests here. Okay, of course, the only move that we haven't discussed, c5. I don't think Fabi will play c5. But almost just as good, bishop g6. I think Fabi will find it. Bishop g6, very strong move and very logical. And on rook f4, yes, so we looked at this and apparently to gain an advantage, it's very important that you play c5. c5 and then this knight comes to c6. Let's say white maneuvers and then you're able to kick out the rook and then play f4 and the whole thing is going to be very shaky. So if you do h4 trying to stop it, then well, we are supposed to switch gears here and just go for rook e8 instead. Rook e8, queen e6. Some of the moves recommended by the computer. Don't ask me how this is making any sense. Oh, queen e6 with knight c4. And if bishop... Wow, white can actually get in trouble on the e-file. He played c5. Wow, that's pretty crazy. c5 is a big move. This means that Fabi knows what's up. Fabi understands this perfectly. I would have played bishop g6 there. Don't think c5 would have crossed my mind. Fabi is razor sharp indeed. Nice to have you, Chris, in the chat. Interview has been looking good. If you want to join the stream, also analyze, feel free to join anytime. Oof, c5. c5, I guess restricting white's pieces while simply solving the problem of this knight. And then looking for knight b4 with the opportunity of taking with the a pawn. Maxim's reply was also played quickly. But let's see. Fabi's got still plenty of time. Pretty large advantage with 35 minutes. Out of all the games, I haven't checked Arjun, but it feels like Fabi is having the biggest advantage. Let me double check. Let's go over Arjun. So we have the screen. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vincent Keimer is balanced. Magnus is somewhat balanced. Arjun is better. Yeah, but the thing is, Arjun has extra pawn and nicer possession as well. So technically, out of all games, Arjun has largest advantage. So still, that doesn't matter. All we need is a win for Fabi, which is going to make it very difficult to come back for MVL with the black pieces. So a black win would be huge. Also, I'm curious, do we have a gimbal or a confession booth? Okay, nobody is in the confession booth. Nobody is in the chair. Neither this one. And here is a different angle of Fabi's game. Pretty nice. But I think I'm gonna let you with the players for a little bit. And the commentary will resume in about 10 minutes. Something like that. I think it's a good time for a break. Or maybe I will just leave you with a break here. Yes. Alright guys, I will leave you with Fabi's boards and the cameras. Be right back. Okay, I just finished fed salmon. Now we're good to go. How is the position? How have things changed? Not good. Oh my goodness, what has happened during my lunch break? C5. Played with the idea of going bishop to c6. Wrong piece. Woof. That is not good news for Fabi. But, you know what? At least he can never be worse. I think that can be said about this game. This queen e6 move, apparently Stockfish doesn't like it so much, but it's a natural kind of good move. MVL has to find the rook e1. What else? He could be playing queen e3, which would return the favor. So we will see. Here we can see both players thinking. I think in the meantime, we're just gonna check onto the other boards as well. So, yeah, let's just have a quick look. Boop. Magnus. Apparently about to get himself into a nice strategical position with a no deer back. So there is this opportunity for him to always take on d4 followed by queen d3. This is very important that the moves are coming together because Black would be really happy to sacrifice the pawn, play d3 to open up the bishop. But say you long castle, I take on d4. Let's ignore the attack. The point is I can always just play a long game against the bad bishop. Since all the black pawns are placed on the same color as the bishop will have a hard time, and we have one of those typical scenarios with good knight against bad bishop. This seems to be happening in the near future, and I am predicting a Magnus win, which is really a pity. Out of the opening, oh man, Nodirberg was really cooking. I really loved his opening position. Until it was at this moment, once Magnus played c4, he got the V pawn structure, V from victory. You cannot lose this. And yes, I know I made this joke already like 3 times, but it is as entertaining as the stream can get. Now, maybe the position is not, let's say, completely clarified, but it is one of those type of advantages that Magnus really excels at converting. So, looking very, very dangerous. Let's check the other games. So, going back, do we have any developments in the Keimer against Nepo? So, we pretty much left the game after White has played Queen to H2. Să nu berși, mă. Mersi. And Nepo's reply. Knight f7, challenging the knight, which... Wow. Vincent played a very committal move. He went for f4. permanently weakening this e4 square. I don't know if I would have played that. F4, I would be mainly afraid of knight d6, knight e4 being on the radar. But I don't know. He allowed g4. g4. Isolating the pawn on h5. Definitely Nepo feels some potential. And who do we like? Black got a knight on e4. Somewhat of a vulnerable pawn on h5. Quite a huge lead on the clock. Probably a draw. I am saying a draw because I don't see black breaking with the pawns effectively. Whenever you're trying to set up c5, there's going to be bishop takes on e4, eliminating the defender, followed by dc. You can perhaps try to set that up slowly with c6, queen c7, and then c5, but still, in the meantime, queen e3, rook c1, bishop takes. Although, I gotta be honest, so picture this scenario. Let's say you give black 100 moves. If he could somehow run the king all the way to h7, that would be a safe king. And then break with c5, white is in trouble. Now, if I'm thinking about the position, why can't white do the same? So if you try to do the king walk, probably white is gonna take and then king walk himself. So when you break with c5, it's actually not gonna be that big of an issue. I'm gonna be able to just do c3 and yeah, I'm predicting a draw in this game. I don't see this going Nepo's way. I mean, he will try. He does have a huge lead on the clock, but I don't see it. Maybe you guys know better. What do you think? Let me catch up with the chat. Okay. I think you guys don't have any questions related to the games, so I will continue providing with my super insightful thoughts. So let's see. What else do we have? Knight c1, mistake by MVL. Okay, we will come back to that later. Let's check on Hikaru. So Hikaru is in big trouble for a while. Is it so obvious for white to play? Let's have a look. Bishop b3 looks most natural right now. If bishop b3 is best move, Hikaru is in trouble. Bishop b3 to stop knight d5. Also pressuring the rook. Okay, bishop b3 monks the top moves. Hikaru is in trouble according to my trouble detector. Yeah, let me close the engine lines. Let's go back to Fabi. Let's also change to the Fabi cam. Let's just get a quick vibe check with the players. Sorry, I meant to press this one. Okay, enough of a vibe check. Maxim has left the board after playing this knight to c1. Very chaotic position here at Fabi, I would say. If we compare it to what we've seen at the other boards, at least the players have a somewhat clear idea of what to do. With Fabi's game is, in my opinion, the messiest. So, Hikaru game, it's very obvious he's in trouble. Magnus game, V-pawn structure, you know the story. And also Vincent game, it's very obvious that only black has a pawn break and he needs to defend, so... Yeah, I'm also predicting Vincent game to be the longest of the day. I think Nepo will try to maneuver. But let's see, what do we play here as Fabi? So we know we're better according to Stockfish. Now, even though you guys see the eval bar on the screen, and I also do it myself, I am not looking at moves suggested by the computer. I simply like to do commentary with them turned off. So let's try to come up with a suggestion for Fabi. Too late. He already played Queen d7. Apparently not the best move, but... okay, this is tricky. So he went Queen e6 and then put it on d7. So that creates a tempo. He's forcing opponent into going b3. What is the point? Why is Fabi thinking that b3 will help his position? I see someone is challenging me right now on chess.com. Should we stop doing commentary and play a rapid game instead? What do you guys think? Would that be interesting? Maybe if you guys are good chatters till the end, I might play a rapid game against a viewer. We will see about that. Very tough to say for Fabi because to me the only logical plan to prepare would be the d5 break. But the d5 break, it's something that we cannot really do right away as that would be vulnerable to queen takes on c5. Remember to watch out for the drawback of the move. Whenever you push d5, we're no longer protecting those squares. So this move is quite annoying. So on the other hand, yeah, if this is so annoying, maybe b6 with d5, but he decides to play queen d7. I expect Maxim to play b3 very quickly. It's true Maxim can also ignore black's threat, maybe going d4. Trying to seize the initiative after cd queen takes, the pawn on d6, it's a little bit vulnerable. Bishop takes on a4. Feels a bit loose. Maybe Fabi is trying to bait him into going d4. D4 he cannot really do because of check. What am I even saying? I think I'm starting to get it. So Fabi was maybe annoyed by this d4. So queen d7 is an idea to meet d4 with check. And if king a2, now queen takes on a4 is a checkmate. So perhaps queen d7 not necessarily just attacking the pawn on a4, but more of like a prophylaxis type of move. I think that's the case. I'm starting to like queen d7 now that I understand it. Still, how do we deal with b3? Because b3 seems like reinforcing d4. Because then if you give the check, white can simply go king b2 or king a2. Seems like this queen d7 move stops d4, but only for one move. Okay, it needs to be said that there is also some pressure on the knight. His prophylaxis, an improving waiting move. It's not a waiting move, it is just a move that is playing against your opponent's idea. There is not... it's very rare that in chess you play a waiting move. So... normally every move that you make has to do some... either concrete improvement or concrete or fighting for one of your goals in a concrete way. So usually what beginners tend to overlook in chess are build-up moves. So to give you an example, in this position a build-up move could be bishop c7. Looks like the worst move. Why would you ever play bishop c7? But it could be very clever if it's just made to make room for short castle. And this happens because beginners tend to only look for concrete continuations, direct attacks, or frats. But the problem is that it's very rarely you will have a direct good frat in standard positions. In order for direct good frats to appear, you need to have some type of majority or advantage, like I like to call this a superior ratio of attackers against defenders. Then you can normally start making useful frats. But if you just start attacking your opponent's pieces randomly, then usually it's not a good strategy in the long run. It's better to much rather look for a pawn break. Speaking of, Maxim just played rook a3. You know what? Let's see what Magnus has to say.
Yeah, and then I'm just sitting there with the knight on e4. He will either have a knight on d4, maybe on f4, and then we go around. I think it's too risky for me to start pushing on the queen side. So yeah, I really have to try and bring the king around if I want to try and win. It's going to be hard, but we'll see. I think this is one of the peculiarities of Freestyle, that his king is excellently placed in the sense that he can castle to both sides, which I think could be sneakily important. Like once I start attacking, he can just run away in one move. This does, however, mean that he cannot really move his rooks, but I think there are plenty of ways for him to sort of move back and forth without doing that.
And how about that? So much of what Magnus just offered to us.
Do we agree? Do we agree with the Magnus talk? I don't know. Let's have a look. I mean, he knows the story about the V-pawn structure. Why is he acting like he doesn't know? G4. Take. Black resigns. Nodirberg has 17 minutes. Will he flag? Oh, Nodirberg will flag. These are the type of comments that would make Fabi really angry. So I should increase the level of the commentary and come up with better ideas other than I think Nodirberg will flag. I don't think Nodirberg will flag, but he is, I think, just losing. HG. He's gonna get a bit of an annoying bishop, but Magnus will easily play around it on the light squares, I think. So, okay. Magnus winning. Vincent. Okay, Nepo managed to get his knight to f3. I haven't seen this one coming. So, he's happy to give up the pawn just to get a target on g3, which ultimately also makes h5 more vulnerable, because as you're struggling to protect g3, you will have less pieces to protect h5. You know what? I'm taking my statement back. I think Nepo will somehow win this. He's a master at creating chances in these positions with a lot of time against little time. By the way, do you guys, are you aware of the time control? I'm not sure if there will be increment after move 40. So please let me know in the chat if you have that information. That is a very valuable piece of information that your dear commentator forgot to check. Knight f4, rook a3, bishop f6. Why not take? In this inflated economy, pawn is a pawn. Why not take it? Oh, I would have taken that immediately. Bishop f6, apparently a miss. Knight to f4, great move by Maxime. Position is about even. Time is even. Everything is even. We look at the game. Score sheets are even. Glasses are even. I don't know what to say. Do we have anyone in the confession booth? Nobody in the booth. Nor in the chairs. And the gimbal cam is having a break. So we will have to stick to the main scene. Okay. Let's see a Maxime view. This is what Maxime sees right now. Hey, Fabi. Fabi is thinking. Here we have Maxime. Perhaps thinking as well. Here are both players. And here is our position. So, knight f4, some serious chess talk. Why are we not taking on a4? I get that knight d5 will come one way or the other. But, can we long castle? Long castle would be a funny blunder. You should not be long castling in that position. Don't want to do that. 95. Problem is, if you go bishop back, we've lost a lot of time with this back and forth. So I'd imagine white can maybe simply go b3 and then pick up. Now b3 is a horrendous move. You're supposed to play Maybe knight b3? Nah, what are you supposed to do here as white? g4. Can g4 be the move? White can be better, but why? I don't get it. I made every legal move on the board. It's like trying to find the solution of a puzzle, but it's impossible. Even after getting the hint. Okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. Knight f4. I don't think he's taking now. If he hasn't taken in the past, certainly he's not gonna take now in a worse version. I think Fabi will trade knights. Knight trade, rook trade, maybe drop the knight back, offer the bishop trade. Take on a4. He might be losing f5 as a consequence, but looks reasonable. Let's analyze. So take. Taking with the rook is a mistake. Not because of knight g6. Knight g6, I was thinking about this variation. Takes with the rook, bishop takes on a4. Okay, yes, I will lose some time to bring my bishop back into the game, but a pawn is a pawn. This feels more of like an extra pawn and not clear plan for white other than extra pawn, but white has full compensation. I feel like the computer evaluation can be a little bit misleading here. You know what? I think Fabi is actually much better from a human perspective. I don't understand what Stockfish recommends and why is it evaluating this position as equal, because every human move I make, I start liking Fabi's position more and more. Like now he's just gonna go knight trade. I think no question about it. What if pawn takes? So pawn takes, at least now you also have a target there, a target there. I'll go knight g6. Probably we'll see bishop trade. Why not? And you have to protect b3. Protect a4 with b3. You protect with b3, you're already much worse. That's what I'm saying. Not easy. Why are you worse though? Can it be rook a6, rook b6? You got a poor bishop. The bishop on e2 is really passive. Now I have a feeling in order to take the advantage, we gotta fight for the e file somehow. Like queen e7. Yeah, queen e7. I'd perhaps play maybe long castle soon. This looks good for Fabi. Takes, knight g6. Trade, and how do you protect? You go just bishop d1. Yet again, bishop d1 quite passive. I will simply long castle and I'm getting rooks onto the e file and penetrate on e3. Your knight is not on a good square. I would play like this. Did anyone do the April 1st chess puzzle? Was it the one where you're supposed to sacrifice both rooks? I don't remember. I've seen that one, but I find daily puzzles on chess.com to be too easy. I normally don't solve them because I cannot. Not because I don't want to. They are too difficult. Okay, Fabi entering a time scramble. Oh, Fabi played b6. Now he is much worse. No. No, Fabi. Why? b6. Short on time. And also the position. Why is it so bad? Can white simply go knight d5? The plan is to eliminate, and the question is whether white can get d4 in good conditions or not. Because if white is able to get d4 in that pawn structure, then the bishop arises on b5, knocking at your door. I think knight d5 should be the move for MVL. I would probably not play knight d5 without knowing the evaluation, but because it's a big advantage, knight d5 feels like the only aggressive move. And it's the best move indeed. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm sensing that the bishop is about to arise on b5. To appear, to arise, is that even a good way to put it? Fabi would be upset on my bad English. I know he's always correcting Christian whenever a Romanian English word appears. I will stick to safer words. b6. Now we just need the MVL to not play knight d5. The Fabi is preparing queen b7 by the looks of it. Although, nah, he's not willing to allow knight e6. What am I even saying? b6, it's the kind of move that it is preparing long castle without hanging a5. And then VL played knight d5 instantly. Ah, damn it, this is not looking good. Knight d5. For the first time in the game, MVL is better and by a significant margin. Oh, this is so unfortunate for Fabi. Looks like MVL is about to slip away, like in the rapid game. Fabi had a completely winning endgame with opposite colored bishops, which I still need to study, by the way. I'm still not sure what the winning technique was. But now 95. Not giving any options then to take. I mean, sure, there is bishop d8 to keep the bishop and defend, but just feels a bit too passive. I am predicting bishop takes on d5. cd5 and then knight to e7. Is this so bad for black? At the end of the day, it looks like white has to sacrifice a pawn. So let's make some moves. Takes, knight e7. And I have a feeling you gotta sacrifice. Because if you don't sacrifice and play a move like queen g2, I think black is fine. Yes, queen g2, I mean black is totally okay. Queen b7 pressure. Fabi just took. We will see pawn takes, knight e7, and I am predicting d4. So knight e7, targeting the weak pawn. And now d4 has to be the move. Yeah, d4 is best move by far. And I'm afraid the position just about to collapse. The d4 problem is white takes with the queen, defending pawn, attacking b6, and then bishop b5 also on the agenda, rook b3 on the agenda. There are just like no good discoveries. Oh. Okay, Fabi is thinking. I think it's maybe now time to have a look into the other games as well. I will let Fabi come up with a plan, and in the meantime,
longer. But then maybe we don't need.
And let's see what the other games are doing. So, okay, we have Nepo. They just simplified. It's gonna be an easy draw. My prediction of Nepo winning already is into the garbage.
I see he's got a what looks to be.
Dude, stop giving me random sound. Okay. Arjun dominating. And Magnus.
Disgustingly looking, I'm drinking.
Wow, so Magnus took it in a different way. I was wondering why not HG? Let's look at it with the computer. So FG is a better move, which is pretty much playing against all rules of chess. I know this is Fischer random chess, but you would still imagine that ace takes g4 is the best. But somehow the problem is that h3 gives black good compensation for whatever reason. I mean, why? The pawn is protected. Yes, there is bishop e3, but there is rook f1. Apparently, queen attacks the pawn, and then there is no way to defend easily. So after black takes the h-pawn, you will also have some struggles with f3. So for this reason, Magnus goes fg. He wins the pawn, but keeps another target, while he has pawn protected by pawn, which means black's pieces are not going to infiltrate, while d4 is hanging, while rook f1 is on the agenda. So definitely great call there by Magnus, who seems to be in the driver's seat, doubling up rooks. The king position has been established. Black castle short. Seeing maybe 92. Offering a queen trade. Offering a rook trade as well. Going into the endgame.
Is a very and immediately.
So we do have draw agreed in the Heimer game.
Earlier, now we have a.
This is not looking good for Fabi. Maxim just played the best move d4. So Fabi castle short, but d4 happened regardless. If we can get away with a draw, it will feel almost as good as a victory. Come on, Fabi. Time for the Italian School of Chess. We need to play very safe. Trade all the pieces somehow. I don't know. Make a spell. CD I would play. CD, queen d4. Let me close this, I would do CD, queen d4, knight f3. Looks too loose to me. I would maybe do knight g4. Oh. I don't know. Tough position. Less than 9 minutes. We'll just have to watch. Maybe we have some action on the other cameras as well. Let's check the gimbal. We have no gimbal. Let's check with the confession booth. Nobody at the chairs. And these are the players. E takes d4 by Fabi. Maxim will maybe take with the bishop. Bishop takes d4. Mistake. Happy to see it, but how is this a mistake if the evaluation of Stockfish keeps increasing? Chess.com is playing mind games with us. No, bishop takes d4 was a good move. Fabi's got two weaknesses to worry about. Queen to g7. Sacrificing f5. Computer doesn't like it, but maybe it's a good practical try. The point is, rook takes on f5, maybe knight e7, winning back the pawn on d5. Bishop takes b6, looks very sketchy. Rook b8, and then we have three pieces fighting for the b2 square potentially, with maybe a knight coming into the attack as well. White is winning, but maybe it's not that simple. Maybe it's gonna be a tricky task. Rook takes on f5. Pretty much messes up all the advantage. Rook takes on f5, knight e7 is a bad move. Rook takes on f5. How do we equalize? Maybe knight f3? Oh wow, knight f3 is a gorgeous move. Knight f3 with the idea bishop f6, knight takes g1. Bishop g7, I take rook on f5. Oh, look at this. Queen g7 setting up a sneaky trap. Rook f5, there is knight f3 in the position. Oh, this is so beautiful. Also, bishop takes b6 doesn't feel like a strong move to me. Rook b8 and there is a lot of compensation. Don't count Fabi out just yet. Queen g7, very good practical try. What would be the best move for Maxime? Oh, I'm telling you, if I can spot this move without the computer, Fabi has for sure calculated this. Okay, I have an advantage that I see eval bar. So whenever eval bar is one side or the other, it's a tell for me to look for more aggressive move. But, you know, I'm pretty sure he has seen it. Perhaps best move for MVL would be something consolidating. We have a move, bishop c3. Great move. I was actually wondering about it. So he's putting the bishop on a protected square, dodging any tricks while making this rook f5. Possible move. Ah, bishop c3 was so clever. How is this Maxime guy so clever? I don't get it. Bishop c3. He wants to take on b6. Or on f5. Or maybe both. Why not both? Give me all your pawns.
The players with black.
Fabi down to 3 minutes. Not looking pretty. Maxime playing very fast. We will be sticking to this game since I believe we're about to see a bunch of moves. How can we complicate this? The biggest problem is that Queen B6 is about to happen, and I don't really see a way to complicate. This Bishop C3 move was just so clever. Maybe time to just bring the knight and attack D5. Looks like the only semi-active move. Knight E7, Queen B6, Knight D5, Queen B3, maybe unpin with Queen F7, hope for the best. That's probably what I would do. Fabi plays F4. Computer doesn't like it, but maybe it's a practical chance. Let's see body language of the players. Maxim is thinking. What is the idea? I think I got it. GF4. Fabi wants to take with the knight. If you take the horse, then the queen remains undefended. If you take my queen, I will take with the bishop, protecting the knight, and maybe even I like black in that endgame. How do you play this for white? What is the best move? Can you just ignore? GF, I think big mistake. Maxim misses knight takes on f4. Fabi has a big chance to go back into the game. Knight takes on f4 was surely missed. Although, how can you miss such an obvious move? I am confused. Knight takes on f4. What is happening? Am I blundering something? Knight takes on f4. Brilliant, Fabi. Let's go, Fabi. 2 minutes on the clock. Only. But the position is hopefully starting to get simpler. If I am white now, I am seriously considering Queen H1. Just playing for cheap tricks. Protecting D5. You don't really need to protect such pawn, but Queen H1. Can Queen H1 be a good move? Or is it just trolling? I'm not taking B6 anymore. I think B6 is too risky to be taken right now. Black is getting too active. There's gonna be knight e2, knight e2, knight c4. You're in trouble. Boom, boom. B6 is a poison pawn. I think Queen H1 is not a bad move. I would play Queen H1. It looks very funny, but I have a sensible spot for these very rare moves. One of my favorite maneuvers in chess is playing h4, king h2, queen h1 in reti opening. I don't play reti, but that's my favorite idea. I think Magnus did it once to beat Karyakin. But these moves in the corner, do not underestimate them. They can be very powerful. I think MVL missed the advantage, will play a safe move, and then the game will even out to a draw. I think Fabi is escaping now. I think after knight f4, it's more likely Fabi holds this than loses it, statistically speaking. 65% for a draw. 20% for an MVL win. 25. And 10% for a Fabi win. How about that? I'll let you do the math. This is your real-time international master statistic evaluation. After all the psychological swings of this game, I think that's a fair assessment. Let's see. Although, this pawn on b6. How about a queen trade, bishop takes, and then rook b3? Should we be worried? Pawns can be targets. Move by Maxime. Rook b3. He didn't listen to my advice, playing queen h1. Now, just for curiosity's sake, was queen h1 a good move? Queen h1 was second best. You guys were laughing at my move. How dare you? How dare you guys? Apparently, bishop b5 was best. Man, I'm finding so many good moves. Maybe I should start playing chess again. Maybe it's a sign. Never too late. Rook b3, not the best. Not the best? Why not? Fabi can enter the endgame now. Queen takes on g1, rook takes, king h8, rook b6. I've already said that the computer thinks it's compensation. Why is that compensation? Maybe because knight e2, knight e2, knight c4, targeting rook, protecting pawn. You pretty much have to go rook b7. Okay, we're about to get that line. This is good because Fabi is catching up on the clock. Rook takes. We'll see king moving in the corner. Certainly, king will be hiding in the corner. And in order not to lose tempo, rook b6, knight e2, knight e2, knight c4, bishop f6, rook f6, rook b7. I think I'm in time with rook f2. I think I'm in time with rook f2, and if you go like knight d4, I can pick up h2. I don't see how you give me any checks. This should probably be safe. Save the game, save the game. I think the worst has passed. I think we can chill. How about bishop b5? I'd be mainly afraid of a move that keeps the bishop pair. But you cannot do bishop b5 because the pawn on d5 is weak. So rook takes on b6 happened. Now, I've mentioned knight takes on e2, but why on earth I haven't mentioned knight takes on d5? Perhaps that's the reason why I quit chess. Knight d5, strong simple move. On the board by Fabi. At least not worse. Let's see, maybe he can swindle. Okay, rook d6, knight c3. So Fabi is down a pawn, but opposite colored bishops. These guys have a history in playing these endgames. MVL was able to draw down 2 pawns, opposite bishops. This means that should be a walk in the park for Fabi to draw while being down only a single pawn. pawn takes on c3 on the board, knight to g6, creating a threat. We might see rook c6. I mean, how else do you protect the pawn? But then if I go rook ac8, it gives me vibes of winning back the c3 pawn by force. Predicting knight a2. Predicting knight a2, but then many ways to get activity. Bishop e5 could win a pawn, could be back. We're getting news that Hikaru also turned around the game. Wow. We will stick with Fabi for now. But gonna take a look at the rest as well. Is a win for Fabi possible? Do you want wishful thinking answer or a real answer? I think Fabi game is just gonna be an easy draw no matter what. For both. And okay, I mean, statistical analysis of the International Master real time confirms 65% of a draw. We're heading towards that. Now it will be 95% a draw. Rook to c6, okay, rook ac8 should be calling it a day with that move. Rook ac8, come on Fabi, you got this. Rook c8, force the rook trade. The problem for white is that after the rook trade, you can never really play c4 as rook b8 check, rook b2 will be too dangerous. Rook c8 on the board, good move Fabi. Now we will see trade, knight a2, and then how do you equalize there as Fabi? Maybe knight f4, idea to come into d5. White will play bishop f3, maybe knight d3, coming into c5, targeting a4. I think that's the way you do it. So takes, we will see knight a2, and then you cannot take because of rook c1, although there is rook b8 intermezzo. So knight a2, maybe just collect right away. I don't think the endgame is dangerous. Okay, bishop against knight, but pawn on the dark square. You cannot attack it with the bishop. Should be easy draw. I think Fabi will take right away, although knight f4 to d5 or to e6 c5 has good compensation as well. I'd probably take. I think it's easiest. No need to risk it and play it for compensation. Ah, knight f4. Good move. I didn't manage to predict this one. Knight f4. Wait, have I predicted this move? I'd like to think I predicted it. I think I predicted it. I predicted knight f4, bishop f3, and then knight d3 or knight e6. Yes, this was my suggestion. Okay, knight f4 playing for compensation. I guess also fine. It's always you take on c3, white takes. Maybe tiny bit better with the bishop side. But I mean, in this case, even if I lose a5, I win h2. Can always sacrifice knight for a pawn and then it's a draw. But you gotta hold it. Not sure I would hold myself, rook against rook bishop, but you know, you don't have to enter that. Knight f4 seems to be either getting a clean trade or getting a knight to c5, which should provide enough activity to avoid any suffering. So let's see. For MVL, I don't think he really has any candidate moves. I mean, bishop f3 if you want to make a good move, or rook f1 if you just accept a draw. Oh wow, he played bishop a6. I didn't consider that. Rook f1 is the kind of move you just allow knight e2, rook f6, knight c3 check, takes, and then just makes a draw like rook f5, rook a3, takes on a5, takes on h2. Both sides have a pawn, but it's of course even. Against bishop a6, probably we're gonna see a check. King to c2, and then well, not so clear. I don't like checking here. There should be maybe something else. Rook c5 by Fabi. Yes, a good move. Rook c5 is just not easy to defend the pawn. Checking is very natural, but it's just bringing the king closer to the pawn, and then you don't have a move. Rook f1 by MVL, so knight is under attack. We can play simple consolidating move, but why not knight d5, just defend. Knight d5, and in the case of c4, knight c3 check. We can probably safely enter that endgame down a pawn because we're reaching opposite colored bishop. I'd probably play knight d5 here. It's the last difficult decision of the game, let's say. Bishop e5, he went for consolidating instead. Also no need to force the matters, and play knight d5 on the next move as well. It's not running away, plus it will also have double attack. Fabi is chilling. Fabi is a chill guy. There is no danger for Fabi in this game. He has dodged the bullet, but now pretty safe, I would say. MVL has still a lead on the clock, but we can check body language of the players. The game is about to dry out. Okay, c4. Keeping the pawn. It's gonna be a very difficult pawn to advance from that square. Maybe it's a good time for black to hunt h2. So knight g6 would be a move on my radar. King g7, also good improving move. Can Fabi just bring the king all the way towards the pawn? His king is closer to the white pawn than the white king. If you can win the pawn that way, it becomes interesting. Kinda doubt that's gonna happen though. It's interesting to see how Fabi plays these type of positions. I would have a tendency to look for the immediate liquidation, but he's saying that, okay, I mean, your pawn cannot really be pushed, so why do I need to be bothered? I can just mind my own business, activate the king. We respect that. Such decisions, I think we like. Should we check Hikaru? Since this game is about to simplify, I think Fabi's got easy moves. Maybe time to check the other games. Let's go. Let's let the guys make their draw in silence. And
Yeah.
First stop of the day.
Where do we go?
Hello, Magnus.
Man of Sun is a
How
good
are you
try,
doing?
right?
Although may
Magnus can force a draw. Magnus probably does not want to force a draw. Black's got counterplay, queen e6 consolidating move. Also Black's got this queen a1 idea. So queen d3, queen a1, king b3. Maybe stops most of the counterplay. Since Magnus already has so many extra pawns, he just needs to make sure there is no counterplay. Then the rest will be easy. I'm predicting queen d3 to be the best move in this position, although perhaps rook f2 is not that simple. I might have to trade and then go queen d2. Queen endgame is a bit unclear, but Magnus has a very good record in queen endgames with extra pawns. I would say Magnus conversion of queen endgames with extra pawns, it's similar to Cristiano Ronaldo rate of converting, of scoring penalties. So I don't see Magnus missing a win in these positions very often. I don't remember the last time, to be honest. Can you guys recall the last time Cristiano Ronaldo missed a penalty? Perhaps that's easier, or I don't know. Also, as a football player, I guess you get to execute penalties more often than a chess player gets queen end games. I almost never get a queen end game. And I always panic when I do. I don't know how you guys feel about queen end games. Top level guys make them feel easy. But personally, I don't know, man. So many checks to keep track of. Okay, let's have a look at the Hikaru game. Hikaru. Hikaru everywhere. This is the Hikaru day. So we're not gonna do deep dive analysis. I just know he was completely lost and then came back, perhaps even missing a win. But now, by the looks of it, he is safe. He will be making a draw against Arjun Erigaisi, which is a good starting result. So these are the 3 games. My prediction is the next one that will finish will be Fabi, then Hikaru will finish, and then Yeah, I think Magnus will be the last game of the day. In the meantime, we're gonna stick with Fabi. Let's see how is he handling this endgame. Last moves were Knight C1, Rook C6, Bishop B5, Rook G6 about to infiltrate. Every move is a draw. But let's see. Also, I'm getting pretty thirsty, but right now MVL just forcing the rook trade. Otherwise, black was getting too much counterplay. 96. We will get pawn to g4. Not giving it away for free, but black will end up winning it. Hopefully. King g6 maybe simply. Knight d3. Bishop d4. Put a knight on c5. Trade them. Go king g5. h6. Bring the king back and just wait. I think the players might also agree to a draw after move 40. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I do believe there is a rule against offering a draw within the first 40 moves, so pretty good rule. Not super effective in normal tournaments, because if you really want to make a draw, you can bypass that rule quite easily, but for this special event, seems to be working, so players do seem to respect the rules. As we've seen yesterday, we had an interesting situation with Fabiano against Vincent that okay, both players would have really benefited from a draw, as it would have mean direct qualification towards the next stage. But they played the game pretty much without any intention of just making a draw, and Fabiano lost, and Keimer, well, they both ended up going to the next stage, but it was a bit of a good luck for Fabi. Okay, draw with the black pieces against the MVL. Not a bad result. Not a bad result at all. MVL's been on a hot streak so far. He's very much the third most successful player after Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it does feel a little bit sour that Fabi missed a big advantage according to the computer, but he was also close to losing immediately after. Therefore, draw seems like a fair result between these two. Can we trade knights without losing? I'd love to think yes, but maybe just bishop d4 is the way to go. Probably bishop d4 is the move. Don't take on d3. Bishop d6, just as good. Yeah. Total liquidation. Shake hand and... Are we gonna get an analysis? Let me DM my producer. You know what's the problem? Why I'm so thirsty? I drink a lot of coffee, so... Ah, the gimbal, not on the right table. Damn it. Good result, Fabi. Well fought game. Fighting game. Start to finish. What else do we have? Going back. Hikaru. Hikaru is missing a win, according to this graph. Looks like he had a pretty juicy opportunity earlier. Is this like an easy draw for Arjun? Looks like Hikaru will be up a pawn. So maybe still some chances, while Magnus remains in the driver's seat. Which game do you guys want to follow? Should we stick with Magnus or Hikaru? So the Magnus situation is a bit unusual. Let's follow Hikaru. Can we get a cam of Hikaru? Let's do it like this. So I'm gonna go to the main, and by the way, we haven't looked at the other games at all. Apologies for that. Let me look at the playoff. I've completely ignored the playoff and you guys didn't say anything. It's also your mistake, guys. You didn't show any interest in the playoffs. This is on the screen. We have Prague against Vidit. Looks like Prague is about to win this game as he is having 2 extra pawns. Gukesh under pressure. Down a pawn in a very interesting opposite colored bishop endgame. I'm predicting a win for Richie. Yes, there is tendency for a draw in such endgames, but very tricky when the king is about to get to the pawns. Not tricky, I think instantly lost. I mean, I'm gonna plant the bishop on c6 one way or another and I'm starting to collect. Okay, let's go. Let's check Hikaru. This is... Look at this production value. Instantly. Hikaru game, Hikaru camera. What do you want more, guys? What can a commentator do more? Adjusting on the fly. Yes, I know. I should have gave you sound in Christian interview, but in my defense, you didn't say anything during chat earlier. So, apart from that, it was a pretty flawless stream today. Okay, why is this a draw? Hikaru has extra pawn. Why is this a 0-0? I don't get it. I would easily lose this position as white. I guess he simply gets a rook behind, and then how do you make progress? You can never really bring the king. Since when your king is reaching f7, I will instantly play rook c6. Take with a check. We'll see rook there, h4. And now king c3 will be the move. Yeah, this one will be an easy draw. Let's stick with Magnus, and perhaps now that he has collected the fourth pawn. Wow, Magnus is... No, he only has 3 extra pawns, about to collect the fourth. Rook f2 mistake. Still very tense game. Let's check it out with the gimbal camera. Okay, this gimbal camera is pretty dodgy. This camera is better. Rook c2, great intermezzo. Great intermezzo by Magnus. Check this out. Rook c2, not the most accurate sequence, but keeping control. And I think I will let you with the position, as I will go grab some water. Is it possible to see their heart rate monitor? I have not been instructed into such advanced techniques, but maybe I can ask our producer. Do they have heart rate monitors on the main broadcast? I guess they do, but I don't have access to those sources. Oh wow, Nodirberg made a move on the last second. That was close. Do we have a good gimbal view? Yes, the gimbal view is getting better. Magnus is also in a time trouble on the last 30 seconds. Rookie 2, he's going for the queen endgame. I told you he's converting more queen endgames than Ronaldo scoring penalties. You didn't believe it. You're about to watch. Oh, never mind. He didn't take. What? He didn't take. Why not? Queen d2. Oh, he didn't take because queen a2 intermezzo. Of course, queen d2. Way better move. Taking would have been answered by this check. So, protecting. Queen f1. Oh, very tricky move. Look at this. Rook e5, queen c4 is the answer. I don't think you can stop that. You have to enter it. Rook e5, queen c4. You gotta allow it. Gotta embrace it. Hopefully you convert. Check. Can it be queen b4? Can it be queen b4 and we force by trade? Trade by force. Force by trade. You get it? No, that's not the case. DE, queen g5. I'm gonna pick up this pawn, arguably with a check. Because I can go check, king h7, check on f5, or maybe check on h5, king g8. Can I forcefully take it? Check, check. You keep avoiding. If you can pick up this pawn with a check, gonna be an easy win, or it might be an easy win regardless. Let's watch the players. Now that you know the position, let's watch the players. Oh, this is not a good angle. This is better angle. I don't think he can take the pawn with a check. He's just gonna take it now. Technically, he could still check on g5, but I think he'll take the pawn. Yes. Now, checking time for Nodirbek. This is the position currently on the board. Magnus to decide. I am predicting king to b4 as the more aggressive move, covering this pawn, not allowing queen b5 with a check. Although I'd imagine both moves are winning. King b4 played. Can we get this on the main scene? Give me a second as Hikaru is still playing. Nope. Not this one. Maybe this one. I cannot get a Magnus camera. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna leave Hikaru. Never mind. We're gonna be here. Sorry for the confusion. King to c4. Professional streamer. I know. There's gonna be queen a2, king d4, and yes, this is what Magnus does in this type of endgames. You just bring your king, go around the bush, win this pawn with the king, then queen. That is the plan. So the nice thing, you can just give up on these guys as long as you manage to win c7. It means you find the shelter against the checks, and then you promote the d pawn. So very instructive endgame. I'm looking on the other screen. Arjun against Hikaru seems to be a dead draw. So we are sticking with this game. So the Magnus game has really slowed down despite the players having 30 seconds only a few moves ago. They are now above the 3 minute zone. Queen d2 check, king e4. I think you just straight up give g2 with check, king f5, queen takes on h3. And then you need to find a good move. Maybe simply centralize. Queen e4. I don't like queen e4. Maybe you just go pawn to g5. Wait, you cannot. Let me recalculate this. So check, king e4, check, king f5, king h3. I'd love to play king f6, but after queen g4, queen e8, king h7, queen f7, there must be something fishy with that line. So he went queen a4 instead. Okay, so he decides to take this pawn on b5, which can lead to another theoretical endgame after trade, queen b6. Usually the theoretical endgame is with 2 pawns. Now you have 3. It is book win, but it can still be messed up. It's easy to blunder a perpetual. I believe Magnus will take. There is no other way around it. Take on d5, take on b6. We play that position. Oh, there will be take on g2. But then this is supposed to be check, 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 play h4. Oh, queen e6, so classy. Look at this. Maybe even winning the pawns with a check. Wait, is that the case? I don't see the clever play. Oh yeah, that's the case, because after queen d5, I'm able to keep third pawn. Oh, very nice by Magnus, because if you go back, there is queen d8 intermezzo, and I win with check, so he's going to be forcing the king to g6. This is going to be even easier than... Okay, converting gh alone, it's far from trivial, especially with not a lot of time on the clock. But now that he forces the enemy king in order to pick up b6 with a check, denying black the queen takes on g2 idea. Now I think it's just gonna be an easy win. So I told you, Magnus is not missing winning queen endgames. Is he missing any winning endgames? Maybe, but not the queen endgames. So I guess best chance for Nodi, queen b1, hope for the best. If you take Laudis, no chance. Queen b1, d6, pawn is promoting, king will be hiding. No chance regardless, I think. Let's look at the players. Do you have a gimbal camera? Gimbal is on Hikaru. No confession. Lonely chairs. We have to stick with player cam. Magnus thinking, probably not entirely sure what to play. Maybe just queen b2 is the safe move, stopping checks and protecting the pawn. He does go for queen d4, which means he calculated queen g2 is a forced win. Queen g2. How does he force win? Oh, there is queen f4 check and king h4, queen f2. Trace the queen with a winning endgame. And queen g2, queen f4, king g6, queen e4 is a winning endgame. So black cannot take. Black will have to give a check, but then some king e4. Or maybe just queen d3 also seems to be... GG, bro. GG. Yes. Queen d4, very good move. Hikaru also about to make a draw against Arjun. They have a well-known king and pawn endgame. Maybe we can see it on the gimbal. Back to the Magnus cam. Still with this endgame. Players have 2 minutes left, so this is also one of the last games of the day. As I predicted correctly, the Magnus endgame will be last of the round. Looks like Rapport is about to convert his endgame against Gukesh. So as I said, the endgame looked pretty fishy. We could actually, yeah, well, Gukesh just resigned, so Magnus is indeed last game of the day. So, yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching the stream. We're probably watching the last 5 minutes of it. I think Magnus will be converting this within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're gonna have a wrap to the stream. I will leave you with the gimbal cam. But tomorrow, we might also get some analysis with Christian if he wants to join. He cannot join right now, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. Tomorrow, same time, by the way. We will be having same matches. So Abdusatorov needs to fight back, needs to bounce back, win on demand against Magnus. Also, do we have another decisive game in the knockout? I don't think so. Did we? Do I forget? No, we didn't. Okay, other games, pretty much everything can happen. Abdusatorov needs to win on demand. But for other games, if they are drawn, there will be playoffs. So certainly tomorrow will be a longer day than today. Queen to b7. I would probably play queen e5, king g3. Yes. King g3, Magnus. Let's go. Queen b3 check. Probably hiding on h4. Oh, h4 instead. Oh, and resignation. Okay. That was it. That was it for today, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys tuning into the stream. Tomorrow, same time as today, we will be going for the last day of the quarterfinals. So, yeah, just to kind of give you a quick overview, we will be seeing the matchup between Vincent Keimer, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus, after comfortable win, making Abdusatorov, yeah, he will have to go all in tomorrow, winning on demand with the black pieces, with the white pieces. And other matches are pretty much still really open, while in the games that we haven't really looked at today, I'm actually just gonna quickly check. It's a pity not to you guys not see what happened. Oh, Pragnananda opened with a Grob, and they had a similar structure like in Fabi against MVL, and Vidit was doing quite well for a while. In fact, it's a pity that Vidit, you can see, completely winning for a lot of moves until he wasn't, basically. That would be a good just commentary. He was winning all the way until he wasn't anymore. And then Prague, with his brilliant tactics and chess abilities, won a second pawn, traded the rest of the pieces, pinned the enemy knight, and forced resignation as the pawn was unstoppable. In the last game that we're going to see today, Richard Rapport opening up with a4. It's actually so funny that in this round, the players have gone their own way. Very few. Okay, this was a delayed Nepo gambit. It was a4, a5, and only then this gambit. Crazy stuff. Rook a3, rook f3. Very powerful maneuver by Richard. Highlighting the space advantage, highlighting the extra mobility of his rook. Some cunning maneuvers. Rook h6, bishop f4. This looked like a great sequence for Gukesh, except rook h4 came with a tempo, so it wasn't a repetition. And after d4, very strong move. You cannot take the free knight because of de5, and then one of your bishops will drop. So after the trade, white ends up with an extra pawn position, which then transition to opposite colored bishops with an extra pawn. And once the king gets to the queen side, I'm curious how the conversion happened. I knew this bishop c6 is about to happen, but yes, perfectly timed exchange sacrifice by Rapport. And the bishop with 3 connected pawns is just way too strong, and Gukesh had no counterplay whatsoever. So these have been the games for the day. Thank you everybody for watching. I will leave you with the gimbal cam, and I will see you tomorrow. What time? This time. 2 p.m. GMT plus 3. You can go at this link, chess.com. You'll get it translated automatically to your local time in case you're wondering. And yeah, I'll let you with the gimbal. See you around, guys.
Ja, ich glaube, ich bin gerade frei. Ich mach's kurz.
So I found my only place where went there. Because I think it's like it's flickering. It's flickering. I guess it's like it's not like yeah, sort of. Yeah. It's switched off.
Eine Sekunde, das ist für mich auch so ein Billo-Scheiß Stativ ohne Wasser.
Yes, I bought spot on it. So I'm doing fine. I have no issues and pictures are okay.
Kein Wasser, ich sehe nicht so.